للفريق الأول $30,000 أمريكي، الجائزة الثانية $20,000 أمريكي، and the third prize is $16,000 أمريكي.
Also, if you guys are taking pictures at Instagram, Facebook, please use the hashtag 3x3WT. So your hashtag is 3x3WT. All right. Also, and I see a lot of Filipinos here, so we're going to be having Manila North is going to be playing later, mamaya, 9:40 and 11:10. So I know you guys are all excited, right? So all my people, one more time, if y'all been here to have a good time, let me hear you scream! Yeah! We're about to get this thing started while the players warm up. We got DJ Flavor Manix on ones and twos.
Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think about starting this competition with a big wave? We already have capacity crowd here at the Nation Tower Square. So I'm thinking, let's start away from this side and we should go that way all around the arena. So come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready. For a wave, you have to stand up and then sit. But we need to do that really fast. So come on, 1, 2, 3. Come on, keep going.
All around. Hey!
Come on, one more time, ladies and gentlemen.
Hands up. Come on.
Hands up.
Come on.
Thank you, Abu Dhabi. You are great, and we're gonna have a great show here tonight.
So we have NoviSad AlWahda of the United Arab Emirates in the blue. They are the 2014 FIBA 3x3 World Tour winners. They are the reigning champions. They are also the 2015 FIBA 3x3 World Tour Manila and Rio de Janeiro Masters winners. And they are also the 2013 and 2014 FIBA 3x3 World Tour Prague Masters winners. Their lineup of Team NoviSad AlWahda consists of Dusan Damovich Bullet, aka Mr. Bulletproof, number 6. Number 4, Dejan the Maestro, Maestrovich. Number 5, Marco Savage. And number 3, Marco Stero, aka Sub-Zero. They are playing against Team Rio from Brazil, as you can see in black. And they actually qualified for the FIBA 3x3 World Tour Final after finishing third in the Rio Masters. Team Rio's lineup consists of number 3, Douglas Mota, number 6, Marcelao Silva, Juninho, number 4, Juninho Mariano Jr., and number 5, Carlos Carlinhos Silva Jr.
الفريقين اللي عم يتفرجوا معنا وامامنا الان هن ابطال العالم فريق ابو ظبي نوفيساد الوحده من دوله الامارات العربيه المتحده وعم ينافسوا فريق البرازيل. اعضاء الفريق هن لفريق نوفيساد الوحده دوسان دوموفيك، ديجان ذا مايسترو، ماركو سافيك وماركو زيدرو. هدول فريق نوفيساد الوحده من دوله الامارات العربيه المتحده وعم بيمثلوا دوله الامارات العربيه المتحده، كانوا ابطال العالم العام الماضي. الفريق المنافس لهم اليه هو فريق ريو البرازيل. صاحب تيشيرت رقم 3 هو دوغلاس مورتا، تيشيرت رقم 6 مارسيلو سيلفا، تيشيرت رقم 4 جينيهو ماريانو جونيور وتيشيرت رقم 5 كارلوس سيلفا جونيور.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the most important 3-on-3 basketball competition on the planet. This is where we find who's gonna come home with the title. Are NoviSad and AlWahda gonna win again as they did last year? Or are we gonna find that we're gonna have a brand new world champion here in Abu Dhabi? So once again, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Nation Tower Square, make some noise for 3-on-3 basketball!
So there are 12 teams competing tonight in the FIBA 3x3 World Tour Finals, and they're divided into 4 pools of 3 teams. Alright, playing in a round robin, first round against their 2 respective pool opponents. The top 2 place teams from each pool advance to a standard knockout round which starts at the quarterfinal stage, which will begin tomorrow. We will have the quarterfinals, semifinals all tomorrow. The winners will be crowned the FIBA 3x3 World Tour Champions and earn a ticket to the FIBA 3x3 All-Stars taking place in Doha, Qatar. Also later on, we are going to have the slam dunk contest qualifier. So we're going to be seeing some dunks. We're going to be seeing a lot of exciting things, and tomorrow will be the slam dunk championship. Come on! Hey! So everybody, I want you guys to clap your hands for me. We're going to warm it up a little bit. Everybody like this. Come on! Come on! It's a party up. Woo! Hey, hey. This is once again the FIBA 3x3 World Tour Finals live from Abu Dhabi. Come on. Woo.
Hello and a very warm welcome to beautiful Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, where you join us for the FIBA 3x3 World Tour Final. After a global 6-stage tour that has visited Asia, Europe and the Americas, we arrive here in the UAE with the best 12 teams from the Masters Tour. We'll battle it out on court to be crowned FIBA 3x3 World Tour Champions for 2015. We're on the shores of the Arab Gulf, and the Corniche is the backdrop for this spectacular temporary outdoor venue. And we have a house that is packed to capacity in anticipation of 2 days of spectacular 3x3 basketball action. There you see the teams are divided into 4 pools of 3. Teams from Pool A are warming up at the moment. That's the defending champions, NoviSad AlWahda, and they are preparing to take on
of United Arab Emirates playing Rio for our first game. We also have Team Ljubljana from Slovenia, Team Santos from Brazil, Team Trbovlje from Slovenia, Team Kolobrzeg from Poland, Team Doha.
pools of 3 teams, and out on court at the moment ahead of their opening matchup in Pool A are the reigning defending champions NoviSad AlWahda and their opponents Rio from Brazil.
From the USA, Team
3x3 tournament really has grown in stature and excitement. Here is the #1 player in the world, Dusan Nomovic Bulut, aka Mr. Bulletproof, ranked #1. The 29-year-old brings his spectacular brand, driving, shooting from the outside and playmaking as well. There's the point guard from the Rio setup, that is Douglas Motta, 9th ranked player in Brazil, the veteran. Rio has the most experienced squad in the entire tournament. Average age of 38. There is the most senior player on the World Tour. Towering figure of the 6'11" or 210 centimeter. Marcelo Silva. National team experience in the 5-on-5 game. The #2 ranked player in the world, Dejan the Maestro Majstorovic. Look out for his shooting from deep in 2-point territory. You see the spectacular skyline. And this place, well, it's sundown now, the temperature's dipped dramatically. You see from the wave those flags are fluttering. Now, there's a fair amount of breeze here on this temporary venue, just on the shores of the Arab Gulf. That may affect the outside shooting, so hence the players have been out here getting themselves adjusted to the conditions. It's far cooler than it was in the afternoon when it reached a high of around 38 degrees. High humidity as well. We'll be playing under the floodlights. 10-minute limit for the first team, 2:21 with a variety of 1 point inside the arc, 2 points beyond the arc. I spoke with Douglas Motta just a few moments ago, and he said he's ready to go. He only arrived late into the evening, did the Rio squad. They delayed their practice this morning to allow them to get a decent night's sleep. But it was the UAE team, NoviSad AlWahda, representing the United Arab Emirates and their hometown of Serbia. They were first on the practice court this morning. But now the players keen to get it on. Carlos Silva Jr., one of 2 Silvas, S-I-L-V-A, on the Rio team, so they'll be referred to as Silva and Silva Jr. respectively.
All right, players, please clear the court.
So now the players being asked to leave before making a spectacular entrance from the side of the court. And the anticipation level here in the crowd is incredibly high. This pool phase of the FIBA 3x3 World Tour Final. NoviSad AlWahda attempting to become the defending champions, attempting to become 2-time champions after their success in Tokyo last year. Winners in Manila, that's where they qualified, and they've also won the most recent event in Rio just at the end of last month. So they come in with confidence sky high. Been busy on the World Tour this year.
This is the FIBA 3x3
Rio qualified virtue of finishing third in that same tournament, but seeing as NoviSad, AlWahda and Horin had already qualified, that is how they punched their ticket through to this World Tour final. There's plenty of entertainment for the crowd. We've got DJs, we've got non-stop music, we've got street performers, we have MCs, all part of the urban culture festival that is 3-on-3 basketball. The sport brought to the people, free admission, and the locals here in Abu Dhabi have taken full advantage. This venue has been full for around the last 2 hours. It is just gone 6:30 local time, and since around 4 p.m. this place has been packed to the rafters. Not a spare seat in the house, and there are plenty of passers-by craning their necks, trying to get a view of the action that'll take place on court. Marco Sub-Zero Jadero, the 30-year-old, number 4 ranked player in the world, introduced to the crowd. The maestro, Dejan Majstorovic, ranked number 2 in the world. Marko Savic, the 3rd ranked player in the world. And last but not least, onto court for the defending champions, Dusan Bulut, Mr. Bulletproof, the number 1 ranked player in 3x3 basketball. NoviSad AlWahda, their quartet onto the court, waiting the arrival of their rivals and opponents in this opening Pool A game. Douglas Motta he'll be the primary ball handler. And Juninho Mariano Jr. 1.92 meters tall, 34 years of age now. An elaborate high-stepping entrance from Carlos Silva Jr. And here comes their big man, 6 feet 11 inches tall. Veteran of the Brazil national team, 5-on-5-on-5. That is Marcelo Silva. So one last pose for the photographers from the team wearing black and luminous green in this Pool A game. That is Rio from Brazil. And you see the quartet for the Rio outfit. Douglas Motta will be the primary ball handler. Look out for this man's stroke from downtown. It was Motta who I spoke to ahead of the tournament, ahead of this opening Pool A game. But it's been incredibly relaxed. He found his stroke really early on this morning. Here you see he's the cornerstone of this NoviSad AlWahda side. The top 4 ranked players in the world, all comprising the unit that will take to the floor for the defending champions over the course of what they hope will be the next 2 days of competition. The top 2 from each pool will progress through to the quarter-final stage. At that point, it becomes a straight knockout. Everybody who's been following the World Tour will know that Bulut has put up some spectacular plays during the course of this season's tour. As does Majstorovic. Dead-eye shooting from downtown. Bulut's a player who can not only beat players but embarrass them as well. Not that that is his intention. He just possesses such silky skills and explosiveness that that can often be the result. So there you get an idea of the number of people in attendance here. All of them tremendously excited ahead of this 3x3 opening game on the World Tour final. The music's non-stop, the entertainment is incessant. And once the action gets underway in just a couple of minutes' time, more the 3x3 basketball will be of the highest order. So first team to 21, or whoever is leading after 10 minutes. Remember, there can be no tie.
All right, we're about to get this thing started.
So NoviSad AlWahda, the first to take the court, a final huddle between the starting trio for Rio. Beneath the floodlights, here at the Corniche on the shores of the Arab Gulf, this opening Pool A game is about to get underway. The starters for NoviSad AlWahda: Marko Jadero, Dusan Bulut, and Dejan Majstorovic. The starters for Rio: Douglas Motta, Juninho Mariano Jr. and Carlos Silva Jr. So we're underway. The 10-minute clock has started. It's Brazil who have the first, Rio who have the first possession. Now it's in the hands of Motta, who's got it by Majstorovic. He pulls up with the shot clock ticking down. Remember, it's a 12-second shot clock. And possession secured by NoviSad AlWahda. Out to Majstorovic. He fires from 2-point territory and opens his account immediately. From downtown, NoviSad AlWahda lead by 2. Losing his footing was Mariano Jr. Motta from the wing, back iron, rebound last touched by Majstorovic. It will be Rio's ball from beyond the arc. Pounding his way inside and getting a good look at the hoop was Silva Jr., but too strong on the shot. Bulut now swings it round and again bites on the fake. Does Silva, kicked out to the perimeter. Bulut from downtown, and what a start for the defending champions. NoviSad AlWahda lead by 4, having connected on 2 trifectas, and we have a whistle on the play, the first of the game, as Majstorovic called for the hack as Silva Jr. was pulling his way towards the basket. From downtown, Silva Jr. tries to respond. Rebound secured by Savic. Savic has it on the perimeter, finds a streaking Majstorovic. Now, was that in the act of shooting? He tossed the ball up. He's asking the question. Substitution. Majstorovic takes a seat on the bench for NoviSad AlWahda. And into the game is Savic. Savic immediately in. First shot that NoviSad AlWahda has missed. Gets his own rebound. Too strong on the touch. Ball still alive. And knifing his way to the lane was Bulut. He can't convert. Majstorovic gets the offensive board, and begging beyond the perimeter was a wide open Jadero. 3 3-pointers connected, and this time it's Marko Savic off the bench into the game, and instant offense. NoviSad AlWahda 6, Rio yet to score. Marcelo Silva was handling on the perimeter, taking a seat on the bench. Rapid substitutions being employed as Jadero takes a seat, and back into the game is Majstorovic. He's defending Mariano Jr. Rio yet to open their account. 2 minutes have gone in this opening Pool A game. Majstorovic for 2 once again. Back iron, rebound pulled in by the long arm of Silva. Inside to the towering figure once again. He sticks out his glutes, tries to get it away. No shot, the foul. He was wrapped up immediately by Dusan Bulut, who takes a seat on the bench. Marko Jadero checks back into the game. You can see that foul. He was ensuring that the Brazilian didn't get the shot off. So driving into the lane, going to the pull-up, but can't get it to fall, was Mariano Jr. Silva with the board, and Rio yet to open their account. Silva battling hard on the inside. Can't get that shot attempt to fall. And right now, it has been all NoviSad AlWahda in terms of offense. Savic didn't pull the trigger, spins into the lane, and gets the shot to fall off the balletic spin move. Marko Savic makes it NoviSad AlWahda 7. Rio yet to score. Front iron on that shot from Douglas Motta. He gets his own rebound, and finally, with 3 minutes gone on the clock, Douglas Motta opens the account for Rio. The referee's just had a chat with the Brazilians there about touching the ball after it's been through the hoop. As we see that beautiful spin move. So So, timeout called on the floor. Remember, each team has one timeout. But NoviSad AlWahda in a commanding position with just over 3 minutes gone. Some of the delightful touch being shown around the hoop. But NoviSad AlWahda have been deadly from beyond the arc. 3 two-pointers they have connected on from long distance. Savic with the spin move on the inside. So down to work in a low block is Silva. Doesn't get it to fall. Savic beyond the arc. Screen set on Silva. Bullet has it now. He's got it by Motta. The shot clock is down to 4. He goes to the step back and drains it. Now that could well be discouraging for Rio, because under pressure from the shot clock and a defender, Bullet still able to get the shot to fall. That's why he's the #1 ranked player in the world. Rio short on the offense once again. Inside it goes to Bullet. Guarded by Motta. Back out to Savic. All alone. And he punishes Rio from beyond the 2-point line. NoviSad already into double figures. Quick hands on the defensive end. It's a rather dispirited looking Rio outfit on the court at the moment. They've got 6 minutes in which to turn this around, but they are facing a considerable deficit in this opening Pool A game. Motta, front rim, skying high for the rebound was Silva Jr. He was impeded unfairly. So 4th team foul called on NoviSad AlWahda, and Silva Jr. really putting himself about in an effort to haul in those loose balls, and that's 5 team fouls now. And then clattered as he muscled his way to the hoop once again. So 3 quick fouls in succession called on Carlos Silva Jr. Team foul number 6. NoviSad AlWahda now in the penalty, and Silva Jr. goes to the free throw line. Silva Jr. makes the free throw and makes it NoviSad AlWahda 10, Rio 2 as Bullet goes behind the back. 2-point territory, guarded by Silva, clattered in the act of shooting. Now from my commentary position, high above the end line, that looked like a 2-point attempt, and if it is, it will be a trip to the free throw line for 2 shots for Dusan Bullet. So could well be a costly foul committed by Silva Jr. The #1 ranked player in the world goes to the charity stripe for 2. Doesn't connect on the first. Rio were defeated by NoviSad AlWahda in the quarterfinals of the Sao Paulo AMB Challenger. So looking to get their first win over Rio during the course of this season. It's Motta. Too strong on the board, but cleaning up on the inside. He still can't get it to fall with the towering figure of Marcelo Silva, and eventually the persistence rewarded. Hustle from Silva. Inside it goes, and the layup. Back-to-back baskets for Marcelo Silva. Rio with a relative flurry of points. Makes it an 11-4 game. Bullet had an advantage of mobility and speed there on the veteran Marcelo Silva. Bullet's eyes must have lit up when he saw who was guarding him. Went to the fancy dribble moves. Marcelo Silva could only foul, and it would be a trip to the foul line for Dusan Bullet. Dusan Bullet, the top scorer in the Rio Masters event. 46 points over 5 games, was named MVP of the tournament. He's going well here. Inside to Silva, that's meat and drink, and gets it to fall. Simple post play executed efficiently by the Rio outfit, but then this is perhaps the payback, because he stepped backwards, stuttering, got to the hole, did Bullet. And Silva saying that's not a foul. The referee feels differently, and it will be another trip to the free throw line for Dusan Bullet. Fair amount of contact, but perhaps the veteran slightly hard done by there. Dusan Bullet, the MVP of the Rio tournament. the free throw line. Makes the shot to make it NoviSad AlWahda 13. Rio 5, just under 5 minutes to play. Air ball 5 from Mota. Savic all alone. 2-point territory. Flying in was Majstorovic. He keeps it alive for NoviSad AlWahda. He works the jab step, goes to the step back, still fires a 2-pointer. Oh my goodness! The step back 2-pointer converted by Majstorovic. And that makes it a 10-point advantage for NoviSad AlWahda. NoviSad AlWahda 15, Rio 5, just over 4.5 minutes to play. 2-pointer, no good from Bullet. So 4 minutes 20 remaining. Silva doesn't step out to respect the long-range shooting of Savic, so Savic goes inside, goes to the up and under like Kevin McHale, can't get it to fall. Silva Jr. puts it inside to Silva. Silva muscling his way to the basket, fighting to keep it alive. He does so, fired up from the perimeter. Short on the shot was Mariano Jr. So just under 4 minutes to play. Timeout has been called. And NoviSad AlWahda leading Rio by 10. They could well close in on the 21-point winning total here. You see the elevation as Bullet exploded off the floor, but Rio did a terrific job hustling to keep that alive. NoviSad AlWahda qualified by winning the first Masters event of the season in Manila. All of the events this season have been staged in different locations. The Manila event, I remember, was in a mall in the Philippine capital. Spectacular it was too. Here we are on the shores. The Arab Gulf. So goes entitled Silva Jr. He's guarded by Majstorovic. Falls his way towards the hoop. Fights to keep the tip-off alive. And again on clean-up duty, doing a terrific job, is Marcelo Silva. Most experienced man on the court, Marcelo Silva. And how he has brought that to bear in this game, doing a terrific job cleaning up the offensive glass. NoviSad AlWahda 15, Rio 6, as Majstorovic nails another Savic nails another 2-pointer. NoviSad AlWahda 17, Rio 6, just under 3.5 minutes to play. Turnover, 5-second violation, no teammate coming to help out. Marcelo Silva, who was turned into a statue on the sidelines, didn't release the basketball within 5 seconds. Turnover the result. Take a look at that long-range 2 by Savic. Beautiful give and go. What a play. Teamwork personified between Bullet and Majstorovic. NoviSad AlWahda 18, Rio 6, 3 minutes left to play. Silva again, unstoppable, close to the hoop. Bullet from downtown brings NoviSad AlWahda to within 1. Spectacular finish by Mariano Jr. Bullet for 2, and that is it. With 2 minutes 46 left on the clock, NoviSad AlWahda end this one by way of a technical knockout. If this was a boxing match, it has ended inside the distance. NoviSad AlWahda reached the 21-point winning total by scoring 22, courtesy of that final 2-pointer by Dusan Bullet. And in the veritable blink of an eye, the defending champions, NoviSad AlWahda, have won their opening pool game by a final score of 22 points to 8 over the number 8 seed Rio. The defending champions have opened their account in impressive style.
Up next, on the court, we're gonna have Ljubljana from Slovenia and Santos from Brazil.
So as we take a look at some of the highlights from that commanding victory for NoviSad AlWahda over Rio coming off the bench, but the leading scorer was Dusan Bulut with a total of 10. Connecting from downtown on 3 occasions. I can just tell you that the leading scorer in that game, Marko Savic, had 7 coming off the bench, but the leading scorer was Dusan Bulut with a total of 10. Connecting from downtown on 3 occasions. Marko Savic was the second leading scorer with 7, including 3 from beyond the arc. And Dejan Majstorovic completing the scorers, 5 points for him. For the Brazilian outfit for Rio, the number 8 seeds, Marcelo Silva did a terrific job on the board, on clean-up duty, 5 points on the interior. The remaining 3 teammates had 1 point apiece. So commanding victory for the defending champions. They opened their account in fine style and have sent a message to the rest of the opponents here. 22 points to 10, the final score.
Come on, make some noise, y'all. Alright, we about to get started.
8, excuse me, the final score in favor of the defending champions.
Ljubljana from Slovenia. Number 3, Blood Birdman.
So the action continues thick and fast. This features Ljubljana, the tournament number 2 seed, taking on Santos from Brazil, the number 7 seed. Players getting introduced to the crowd now.
And number 6,
Ales Kuntz, the veteran. So much experience. Wise head on experienced shoulders. They pose for the photographers. The tallest team in the tournament, Ljubljana, tournament number 2 seeds.
Santos from Brazil. Number 3, Luis.
Now the introductions
Number 4,
for Santos. They'll be hoping to go better than their compatriots who were dominated during the course of the opening pool game. We move now into Pool B. Both of these teams looking to get their account underway with winning starts. So Ljubljana, the tallest team in the tournament, taking on Santos, the heaviest team in the tournament. They've got some real wide bodies operating down in the block. None bigger than number 7, Guilherme Rojas. See him on the bottom left of that squad line up there. 150 kilograms, 197 centimeters tall. He takes some shifting if you allow him to set up close to the basket. So they qualified for the World Tour Masters in 2015, did Santos, by finishing 2nd at the Rio Masters. Second at the Rio Masters last year as well, where they made it through to the World Tour final in Tokyo, where they finished 9th. Here's the Slovenian outfit, Ljubljana, the tournament number 2 seed. You see their players, Hercegovaca, Kuntz, Čajč and Krejnar. There is Birdman, Blaž Krejnar, 29 years of age, tallest player in the tournament. But don't let his length fool you. Possesses a soft touch from the perimeter. If he puts the ball on the floor and takes it to the hoop, well, he often finishes with a flourish. He'll provide some highlights. So there's going to be a contrast in terms of physiques and styles in this particular game. Ljubljana, the 2013 World Tour champions, also took the All-Star tournament that year. They represented Slovenia in national team competition in Ljubljana, winning silver at the 3-on-3 championships for the European continent last year. So many links, so many rivalries across the years on this established World Tour circuit. Ljubljana qualified for the World Tour Masters this year by finishing second at the Beijing Masters, having featured in 3 events this summer. In Manila, Beijing and Lausanne, that second place finish in the Chinese capital, good enough to secure their passage through to the World Tour final here in Abu Dhabi. Looking to get back onto top spot after experiencing championship success 2 years ago. So their opening pool game underway. Immediately Santos go down into their big man, kicked out to Soriani. He can't get it to fall. Goes to the drive, loses his footing, kicks it back out to Neto. Neto goes to the step back 2 on 2-point territory. Now, what will the referee say here? Shot clock violation. I was going to pose the question as to whether that was goaltending. But nothing doing other than a shot clock violation, say the officials. So Birdman goes to the block and gets the soft right-handed power layup to fall. It is Ljubljana who opened their scoring first. Inside it goes, rumbling his way to the hoop before offloading intelligently. Luis Sariano streaking to the hoop. And that makes it tied at 1 with just under a minute gone. From the perimeter, the Iceman gets his own rebound. Yasmin Herzegovata, explosive guard, 5th-ranked player in the world, number 1 in his country. The man who goes by the nickname of the Iceman. I asked him about that. His nickname is listed as Jaska, but he said he told me in no uncertain terms, nope, he is the Iceman. Here's that 2-point range we talked about from Birdman Krejnar. He doesn't get it to fall. So Sariani, skip pass finds Neto. Neto, wide left on the shot, fighting his way to get that rebound without leaving the ground. It was Guilherme Rojas, 4th-ranked player in Brazil. He has the ball just above the free throw line. Neto inside, kicks out to Soriani, fakes the 2, knife to the hole, doesn't get the left-handed finish to fall after getting all the way to the goal. Good look at the basket for the Brazilian for the Santos number 3. Look at the lineup on the floor for Brazil now, because as Soriani takes a seat on the bench, Fabio Santos checks in, and he weighs in at 155 kilograms. They're really looking to impose their bulk. Inside it goes, Krejnar, and the tip-in is good. Quick off the ground for the follow-up. He's got both Ljubljana's points, and the tournament number 2 seed leading by 2-1. Rojas can't get it to fall after getting a good look at the hoop. But fouled in the act of shooting, he will go to the free throw line as we see the stick back secured by Krejnar. Goes to the free throw line for 1. Is Rojas. Perhaps won't be surprised to learn that the left-handed big man lists his favorite player as Shaquille O'Neal. Goes by so many nicknames, I won't attempt to isolate one of them now. Shaq Diesel, Shaq Fu, all kind of nicknames over the course of that glittering career for the man out of LSU, winning titles with the Miami Heat and most notably the Los Angeles Lakers. Beautiful backdoor cut, finds Krejnar. He's scored all 3 of Ljubljana's points. Looking for contact is Fabio Santos. He's guarded by Kuntz. Rojas. Now, you have a shot clock violation there 12 seconds elapsed off the clock. Santos not able to get a shot away. Rojas takes a seat on the bench. Soriani checks back in. Beautiful backdoor cut. And the finish. And sent skittling across the court was Čajč. Lots of contact taking place in this game, and it's Santos with their superior ballast who are looking to implement it. Tossed up by Fabio Santos, he can't get it to fall. And it will be Ljubljana ball from beyond the arc. So Kunc can't handle, he was looking for contact. Soriani intelligently stepped away, and there was nothing for the veteran to work off. Aleš Kunc, 42 years of age now, two-time representative for Slovenia in Eurobasket, the European Continental Championships. So 6 seconds remain on the shot clock as Neto puts it in from the perimeter. Too quick with his hands was Herzegovina. Quickness employed by Neto, gets to the hoop and gets the left-handed layup to fall. He is a lefty and he used his strong hand to good effect there as Čajč from the perimeter rebounds Soriani. He's guarded by the Iceman. Iceman now adopts his defensive stance. Soriani keeps the dribble alive. He's guarded by Čajč, glides up and gets it to fall. Nice play by the Santos playmaker. Iceman, Herzegovina puts it on the floor, bounces his way into the lane, goes to the pull-up, but it's short. And we have a whistle on the play. Jasmin Herzegovina fouled in the act of shooting. He'll go to the free throw line for one. So we have a timeout. Remember, each team permitted a single timeout. So now a quick discussion and perhaps just the opportunity to get a breather as well. But the atmosphere really enjoying it here, clapping along to the percussive beat of the drum, being beaten in the stands beyond the end line. Not a spare seat in the house. The atmosphere is a celebratory one as we take a look at the power move, secured on the inside by Blaž Birdnan Kresnar. It's a nice left-handed finish by the left-handed Ismar Neto. So both teams back out onto court and to the free throw line for one shot for Ljubljana will be Jasmin Herzegovina, fifth-ranked player in the world, number one in Slovenia. Just extending without barely getting off the ground because he didn't need to was the Birdman. Inside, kicks it out. Čajč from two, back iron, and he does the same move again. Terrific use of his length by Blaž Kresnar. Inside it goes to Čajč. The shot clock is down to 5. Bullet pass as Kresnar fakes, finds Iceman and drains it. Wonderful offense from Ljubljana. Patience, ball movement around the perimeter. And Jasmin Herzegovina put the nail in the coffin with the long-range two. So to the free throw line after that drive will be Jasmin Herzegovina once again. Ljubljana 6, Santos 3, just over 4 minutes gone in this Pool B game. So good on that shot. Ljubljana leading by 4. Ljubljana 7, Santos 3. We have a whistle on the interior as Guilherme Rojas was fighting for the basketball. So to the free throw line is the heaviest player in the tournament. So as well as being the heaviest team, Santos, along with Harlem, also the shortest team, 1.91 meters on average. Taking on the tallest team of this World Tour final in the form of the number 2 seeds, Ljubljana. to Soriani. Got it by Kunz. Inside it goes to Rojas. Lowers the shoulder. Kicks it to Fabio Santos. Rejected. And then a shot clock violation. Or is it a shot clock violation or a foul on the shot? If it's a foul on the shot, then perhaps not the most intelligent play there, because Birdman came flying out of the sky. Here's the rejection. Got a piece of that two-point attempt. And Rojas did a good job securing the loose ball, but was fouled with 1 second on the shot clock. Can't capitalize. Krasnov with the board. So Čajč was trying to offload. He was looking for Kunz going back door, but Kunz stayed on the perimeter. So last tipped by Santos. It will be Herzegovina with 5 seconds on the shot clock. It's down to 4. The ball's yet to move. Krasnov has to fire. The shot clock was at 2. Back iron. Fabio Santos comes down with the board for Santos, the number 7 seed. Bulldozes his way into the lane. Checked by the underside of the backboard. Soriani with Kunz flying at him. Doesn't get the shot to fall. Fabio Santos with a good job on the boards. Nice footwork. Beautiful offload. Too long in the painted area. Guilherme Rojas had set up camp down beneath the basket. And so that is a turnover as a result. But it was a beautiful offload as we have a timeout called on the floor. Just over 5 minutes remaining in this Pool B game. Ljubljana, tournament number 2 seed 7, Santos 3.
Also, Abu Dhabi municipality, where you guys at?
Wonderful atmosphere in the crowd here. We take a look at some of the highlights from the game so far. Just under 5 minutes have expired. Santos just about within touching distance. They'll want to get a stop here, but that, oh now, my goodness. Krasnov has pulled up immediately, hopping on his left leg, as though he's got an injured right ankle. But in the meantime, Herzegovina has drained the 2-ball from the perimeter. Trying to answer was Nito, but unable to do so. So Ljubljana 9, Santos 3. Ljubljana on 5 fouls, testing out that ankle immediately with a wraparound move. The long arm of Blaz Birdman Krasnov was extended to the full there to hit that reverse layup beneath the basket, and that makes it Ljubljana 10. Santos 3 with 4 minutes 25 remaining. Kunz to Herzegovina. Now with Krasnov, looks at the 2, he's guarded by Fabio Santos, taken away by the alert defense of Ismail Neto. Kunz takes a seat on the bench, Čajč checks back in, Guillermo Rojas is replacing Fabio Santos for Santos. So from the perimeter, Herzegovina can't find a range. Last touched by Ljubljana. It will be Santos to inbound from beyond the arc. So Soriani working on Čajč, goes to the fadeaway, hanging in the air, doesn't get it to fall. Inside it goes, beautiful feed and nice finish on the interior. Herzegovina finding Čajč with good vision, who made a good reception and then got the shot to fall. Spin move attempted by Neto, and the 2-pointer drained by Soriani. Ljubljana 11, Santos 5, just over 3.5 minutes to play. And we have a timeout on the floor. So some of the highlights from the game so far. It's been a competitive one. You'd expect nothing less at a World Tour final. Santos in animated conversation down in their huddle. But if they want to get back into the game, time is against them, as is the deficit. Remember, it's the first to 21. or whoever's leading after 10 minutes of play. Indeed, and a Philippine representative will be in the house later on as Manila North will contest this World Tour final. A lot of Filipino supporters in the crowd here. Large Filipino community in Abu Dhabi, and a good number of them have made their way to the Corniche to cheer on this 3-on-3 World Tour final. Good hustle employed by Soriani, but despite that hustle, his toe just breaching the end line. It will be Ljubljana ball from beyond the arc. Look at the animated conversation and directing, the direction being implemented by Kunz. He fires the two-pointer off one pass. Soriani with the board for Santos. Going to work on Krejnar. Fakes the Krejnar. Didn't get it to fall. Birdman pulls down the board. They go back immediately, as there's a considerable mismatch in height here. Coming to double team is Rojas. The skip pass was a rather errant one. Kunz short off the glass. Gets his own board. It's a new 12-second shot clock for Ljubljana. So Čajč. And just a little bit of off the contact ball there. Neto can afford to smile, but he was caught with his hands in the cookie jar on that occasion. Just a slight tug on the jersey of his opponent. So now both teams have committed 5 team fouls. They are now in the penalty. It'll be a trip to the free throw line with any subsequent foul. The perimeter shot from Birdman doesn't go. So with ball handling duty temporarily was Rojas. Jumping to pass with Soriani. Spin move from Rojas, doesn't get it to fall. Faking the two-pointer, and then with the bullet pass inside was Yasmin Herzegovacsa, but he couldn't find his intended target. Last touched by Santos as Fabio Santos checks in for Soriani. Herzegovacsa offloads to Krejnar. All kinds of time from two-point territory. Back iron, Iceman with the board. His pocket is picked by Neto. Neto goes to the crossover, explodes into the lane, goes to the left hand. Doesn't get it to fall, but it's last touched by Ljubljana. It will be Santos ball from beyond the perimeter. Excuse me, from beyond the two-point line. There's the move. There's the shot. Initiated contact, no foul. Now, with 1 second remaining, Kunz looked as though he's been called for a foul here, and that's team foul number 6. Ljubljana in the penalty, and that will send Santos to the free throw line. So they are now in the penalty beyond this foul, excuse me. So now Ljubljana in the penalty as Neto, with Birdman in his face, drains the two-pointer. Ljubljana 11, Santos 7, with 2 minutes remaining in this Pool B game. Back-to-back two-pointers, as replying instantly was Čajč.
Santos, team foul number 6, penalty up next.
So both teams now in the penalty. 6 fouls on the board. Kunz got Fabio Santos off his feet, working the footwork down low. Čajč with a long two. Soriani with terrific hustle. Now who touched that last? I think it's the last touch by Ljubljana. It will be Santos possession from the two-point territory, straight into the teeth of the defense and up in amongst the tall trees goes Soriani, but Luis Soriani can't get it to fall. Too strong with the hand. It's Fabio Santos. 17 fouls on Santos now, so a trip to the free throw line and 2 shots. For Ljubljana. Čajč to the free throw line. Čajč, the 6th ranked player in the world. Tomo Čajč. So good on that trip to the stripe. And Ljubljana lead by 7. Ljubljana 14, Santos 7, just over a minute to play. Guillermo Rojas gets the baby hook to 4. Minute to play now. Čajč working on Rojas. Rojas went for the reach. Inside it goes, and a beautiful finish from Aleš Kunc makes it Ljubljana 15, Santos 8 inside the final minute of this Pool B game. Wraparound pass finds Rojas, who initiates the contact, gets his own rebound, musters it up for the second time and a third before it's rejected by Birdman. Count the basket. Fabio Santos was alert. He remained on cleanup duty and will now go to the free throw line for 2 shots. So a potential 3-point possession here. Rejected by Birdman. But look at Santos come bulldozing in. Got the shot to fall and was now at the free throw line for 2. So unable to connect on either free throw, Fabio Santos. Soriani goes to the hang time, can't get it to fall. Chased down by Čajč. Kresnar all alone, pulls from 2-point territory and drains it from downtown. The tallest player in the tournament. Blaž Kresnar hits from 2-point territory to give Ljubljana an 8-point lead. Ljubljana 17, Santos 9, and we're well inside the final 10 seconds here, so Santos trying to get their points total up. It's an air ball on that attempt from Herzegovina, but this one will go in the book for Ljubljana. A victory to open their Pool B account. So that concludes this opening game in Pool B. Ljubljana, the number 2 seeds, have defeated Santos by a score of 17 points to 9. Some terrific play from players on both sides, but Santos, comfortable victors in the end over the tournament number 7 seeds. And they open their Pool B account with a victory. Take a quick look at a reprise of that game. Kresnar was effective, close to the hoop, using his length to terrific effect. Soriani demonstrated some nice touches, both inside and outside. Herzegovina demonstrated wonderful vision, and persistence paid off for Kresnar. And again, the vision from Yasmin Herzegovina, 5th-ranked player in the world. The left-handed Ismail Neto used his southpaw left to good effect. Herzegovina, some dead-eye shooting from beyond the arc. And that was a spectacular play from Blaž Kresnar. And again, his length was a significant factor all game long. 3-pointer in the face of some tough defense with a spectacular play by Ismail Neto. And then look at Fabio Santos come bounding in to get that stick back to fall. It was a 3-point play opportunity after the rejection from Birdman. Did a good job of keeping his head in the game, but couldn't convert any of the subsequent pair of free throws. So that's how it finished. Ljubljana 17, Santos 9. Ljubljana opening Pool B with a comprehensive victory over the tournament number 7 seeds.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to meet Team Trbovlje from Slovenia. Number 3, Simon the Space Pinchard. Number 4, Jasper Arby. Number 5, Andres Remo. And with number 6, Adi Gopti.
So Trbovlje, the tournament #3 seeds, have just been introduced to the crowd here in Abu Dhabi. They're wearing orange in this game. 6th at the World Tour Masters last year in Tokyo. Qualified for that event by winning in Lausanne. They were 2nd at the same event, the Lausanne Masters, and that is how they qualified for the 2015 World Tour final. Here come Kolobrzeg, the tournament #6 seeds from Poland. Piotr Renkiel introduced to the crowd. Here comes the youngest player of the tournament, Kamil Ruduk. He's his brother, Simon Ruduk. And here's the other Ruduk brother. Very much a family affair. Big P, Przemysław Ruduk, 28 years of age, 2.8 meters tall, and a solid 125 kilograms. Kolobrzeg, the tournament #6 seed, qualified for the World Tour final after finishing 2nd at this year's Masters tournament in Prague. They produced some spectacular play during the course of that tournament. Simon Ruduk was the MVP after producing a spectacular display during the course of that event. He was the top scorer, 30 points over 5 games, to be named as the most valuable player. Piotr Renkiel possesses some explosion. Kamil Ruduk, the youngest player in the tournament, the youngest of the Ruduk brothers. There is the anchorman down in the paint. Kamil goes by the nickname of Chopin. 22 years of age and one of 3 Ruduk brothers on the court for Kolobrzeg.
Trbovlje represents a small city in the outskirts of Ljubljana, where Ovnik is from.
Oh, you get an idea of the spectacular backdrop where this 3-on-3 World Tour final is being played as we take a look at the outfit for Trbovlje. Gaspar Ovnik, Simon Finsgar, Andrej Strebov, Adin Kavcic. Just before this game gets underway, let's bring you up to date with the scorers from the previous game in Pool B, where Ljubljana outpointed Santos by 17 points to 9. Blaz Kresnar, the Birdman, top scorer with a total of 6 points, 1 from beyond the arc and 4 on the interior. Next were 2 players tied on 5, Herzegovata and Kajc with 5 points apiece. Herzegovata's haul included 2 shots from downtown, and Kajc with another 5 points, 1 from downtown. Alex Kunz, the veteran, chipped in with 1 point. For Santos, who had 9 points total, it was Soriani, their guard, who had 4 points to lead their scorers, 1 of them coming from downtown. Next up was Neto, Ismail Neto, with 3 points, 1 of them from downtown. And Guillaume Rojas scored 2 on the interior. So this game in Trbovlje, an offensive foul called immediately. This game between Trbovlje and Kolobrzeg is underway. So that's a turnover, which gives possession back to the Polish outfit. Renkiel exploding to the hoop. And gets the shot to fall to open the scoring for Kolobrzeg. Sphinx with a nice offload, raking strides to carry him into the hoop. Simon Finsgar, 35 years of age, the 10th ranked player in the world, extended his stride. Look at the manner in which he got to the lane, and then the fake with the eyes and the shot before offloading to his teammate Ovnik. He can't convert the free throw opportunity, so Kolobrzeg still lead by that opening basket. Big P goes to the jump hook, and despite the contact, gets the shot to fall. Wonderful touch, despite the physical defense employed. Now it's Renkiel who's called his overly physical efforts on the defensive side of the ball. Second team foul already on Kolobrzeg. So working down in the low block, going to the right-handed hook and getting it to fall is Andrej Strebov, the 11th ranked player in the world, getting this hook to fall to wonderful effect. He These two teams met at the quarter-final stage of the event in Prague. It was Kolobrzeg who came out on top in that particular encounter. The trigger is pulled from the perimeter, in and out for Ovnik. Can't get it to fall. Simon Reduk pulls up on the dribble, side iron on the shot, rebound pulled in by Finsgaard. Now going to the low block. Ovnik working away, kicks it out to the perimeter, air ball on that particular shot. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Count that bucket on the inside. Wonderful follow and the finish. Andrzej Trbovlje. Inside, takes the contact from Big P, and will go to the free throw line to try and complete a 2-point play. Andrzej Trbovlje gets the bonus from the free throw line to make it a 2-point play to put Trbovlje in front. Trbovlje 3, Kolobrzeg 2, with a minute and a half gone. Simon Reduk gets his own board, bounces off the floor in an instant, and gets the stick back to 4. We are tied at 3. High-octane start to this game. Wonderful finish by Trbovlje, who has started the game with the hot hand. Trbovlje 4, Kolobrzeg 3, as the Polish number 6 seed put it inside to Big P. Shot clock ticking down. Simon Reduk had to fire. That's a shot clock violation, because despite tickling the twine, the ball did not touch the rim. So Finsgaard, back iron, gets his own board by bouncing high off the court. In 12 seconds, Trbovlje steps back for 2, front iron, rebound secured by Simon Reduk. Broken up by Finsgaard, into the hands of Big P. Gets inside to the lane for the uncontested layup to tie things up at 4. Employing his body with the bump is Trbovlje, working on Renkiel. He kicked it out to Ovnik. Simon Reduk, guarded by the Sphinx with quick hands, pokes it away. It will remain Kolobrzeg ball. But 7 seconds remain on the shot clock. Renkiel will handle from beyond the arc. Well, lots of conversation taking place between the officials and the table here. With just a little bit of disparity in the scores. The scoreboard has now been corrected. We are tied at 4 points apiece. Kolobrzeg with Renkiel, 5 seconds on the shot clock. The explosive spin move and the finish at the goal by Piotr Renkiel gives Kolobrzeg a 1-point lead. So Kolobrzeg 5, Trbovlje 4, 3 minutes gone. The fake gets the defender off the ground. Trbovlje couldn't connect. Ovnik from downtown, in and out, still fighting on the inside. Eventually the rebound is secured by Kolobrzeg. Bumping and banging on the outside. In plain sight of the referee was Adin Kavjic. So we have a timeout called, but that was a beautiful move by Piotr Renkiel. Mentioned at the outset that Renkiel possesses plenty of bounce. At just 1.90 meters tall, and he used it to terrific effect there, exploding to the basket to give Kolobrzeg a 1-point lead. That was the first point of the game from Renkiel. Opened the account of Kolobrzeg with a characteristically explosive drive. Trbovlje has been really effective in this game. So Simon Reduk takes it up, guarded on the ground by Kavjic. He was shadowed down the lane by Trbovlje. Whistle on the play. So the shot clock is at 5. Fading to the left while pulling up on that two-pointer was Gasper Ovnik, the 9th ranked player in the world, hitting a spectacular two. Simon Reduk tries to answer. Can't get the shot to fall. Stolen away, alert play by Kavjic, but then turns it over immediately. Well, nobody wants possession of the basketball here.
Kolobrzeg, team foul, number 4.
So it's Trbovlje handling. Kavjic looking for an entry pass, finds it, but we have a foul on the ground. Called on Kolobrzeg. What a drive and what a finish. Taking the contact, Finsgaard took it up strong, took the bump and still got the layup to fall. Brilliant play by the Sphinx, and he makes it a 2-point lead. Contact on the outside, strong drive on the interior, met by Big P, but despite that, still got the layup to fall.
فريق كولوبرزيج حصل على 6 بلنتيات.
Here we go. Instinct pulls up from Rattlesap. Number 7, Big P, hand of the ball. Hands it off.
So Simon Reduk banging, clanging his way onto the interior. Rebound secured by Trbovlje. Offensive foul is the call. Possession handed back immediately. That's the 3rd foul on Trbovlje. And we've had a few offensive fouls called during the course of this game. It's physical, but no team willing to step back or yield. No quarter asked, none given. Remember, a place for a $30,000 first prize is what awaits the victor at the end of 2 days of competition here in the 3x3 World Tour Final. Renkiel for 2, doesn't fall. Ovnik has it, puts it inside. Trbovlje kicks it out to the Sphinx. Finsgaard can't get it to fall. So Big P collects that offload, goes to the hook, doesn't fall. Finsgaard skying high for the board. Finsgaard played every consecutive tournament of the World Tour, all 4 editions. One of a select band of players, including his teammate Kavjic, to have acquired that accolade. Inside it goes to Big P, shot clock ticking down, he gets it away. No, he doesn't, says the official. Shot clock violation. Big P going to the fadeaway. Too much hang time from the big man for the Kolobrzeg side. So Trbovlje 7, Kolobrzeg 5. Finish on the inside by Trbovlje. Excuse me, I said Trbovlje, it was Kavjic with the finish. Trbovlje called for their 4th team foul. Simon Reduk guarded by Finsgaard. Works his way to the inside, goes to the turnaround. Short on the shot. Again from Gasper Ovnik. Gasper Ovnik has been really... Kavjic pulls down the board. Inside immediately to Kavjic, clears out with an elbow. No foul from the referee. Brilliant 2-pointer once again from Gasper Ovnik. Gasper Ovnik has been really effective from 2-point territory. The pickup, which was a difficult one, The immediate elevation and the quick release for a 2-pointer to extend the lead of Trbovlje in this Pool C round-robin game.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement to make. The kid is volunteer. We have her.
Well, you can get an idea of the crowd who are in attendance here, but just to the left side of the court, a lot of the fans are looking out to the tournament village because Manila North are warming up ahead of their game later on. Filipino fans who have made their way here, but down on the court we've got a cracker taking place in Pool C as Big P steps his way through, gets the shot away, tumbles to the court. I think they may have to check it for a dent after the 125-kilogram load of Przemysław Ruduk was clattered to the floor. He's okay, up to the free throw line, and he's trying to reduce this 5-point deficit currently faced by his side. Gets his own rebound. Trbovlje 10, Kolobrzeg 5, 3.5 minutes to play. Piotr Renkiel with the explosive move to the hoop. He's had 3 of those during the course of this game, demonstrating his leaping ability and finishing ability around the hoop. Trbovlje 10, Kolobrzeg 6. That's Kamil Ruduk. Puts the ball on the floor, rejected by Kavjic. Shot clock is down to 2. So Kolobrzeg are going to have to shoot in a hurry. Substitutions all round. Finsgaard checking back into the game for Trbovlje. Shot's been released immediately. Doesn't draw iron from Simon Ruduk. And that is another shot clock violation committed by Kolobrzeg. The Sphinx down the lane, can't get it to 4, but my goodness, was that an impressive drive. Simon Ruduk, the time against his side, and him trailing by 4, pulls the trigger on a 2. Przemysław Ruduk with a power layup on the interior. Chips away at Trbovlje's advantage. What a spin move. He was waiting for the contact, but still he got the shot to fall. Gasper Ovnik with some tremendous footwork down in the low post. Wonderful offload and then the find. Trbovlje 12-7. 2 minutes 20 remaining. All alone is Finsgaard from 2-point territory. Back iron on the shot. Kamil Ruduk eventually secures the rebound. So he picks up his dribble. Simon Ruduk blows by his defender, offloads. But Przemysław can't finish, cleaning up on the inside. Now that's interference by Simon Ruduk in the area where you are not permitted to do so. So the next time that happens, after that verbal warning for the referee, it will be a technical foul. Free throw and possession. Count the basket. Terrific finish on the inside by Andrzej Trbov. Hacks in the act of shooting. And we'll go to the free throw line for 2 shots now, because Kolobrzeg are in the penalty.
Jersey, number 24.
So unable to connect on either free throw. Touch pass from Finsgaard on the inside to Kavjic. Kavjic gets the interior shot to fall. Trbovlje 14, Kolobrzeg 8. Renkiel uses his quickness, gets to the goal once more, can't get the reverse layup to fall. Finsgaard inside to Kavjic, gets the left-handed interior move to fall from the low post. Trbovlje 15, Kolobrzeg 8. Renkiel works the dribble, goes behind the back, but loses the handle. Claps his hand in exasperation because, having made the difficult part of the move, the comparatively simple pickup eluded him. So timeout on the floor, 1 minute 26 seconds remaining, and Trbovlje lead Kolobrzeg by 15 points to 8. It's a terrific finish from Finnsgaard. Real highlight play.
الفريق الاول على 21 نقطه يرفع هذه المباراه، ولكن اذا انتهى الزمن قبل ال 21 نقطه الفريق اللي حاصل على اكثر عدد نقاط لا يرجع.
Quick release 2-pointer once again from Gaspar Ovnik. Fans of all ages in attendance here at the Corniche. And now being treated to some wonderful 3x3 basketball in the most marvelous atmosphere. Inside it goes. Kavjic with the move. The hook shot falls. And Kolobrzeg are being doubled up. And now they turn the ball over. Big P and Pietorenkiel not on the same wavelength. The attempted interior pass sailing out of bounds. Turnover is the result. Beautiful play. The curling cut by Adin Kavjic makes it Trbovlje 17, Kolobrzeg 8. Simon Ruduk knifes his way to the hole to put more points on the board for Kolobrzeg, try and get them towards double figures. They currently trail by 8. Trbovlje 17, Kolobrzeg 9. So Finnsgaard got it by Big P. Now goes to work on the dribble, but he gets poked away by Renkiel. Simon Ruduk inside to Przemysław Ruduk. Oh, that is a fantastic interior move. Absorbed the contact, got it to fall off the glass. Kolobrzeg into double figures. They have 10, Trbovlje have 17. The throwdown! Simon Ruduk. Kolobrzeg 11, Trbovlje 17. But Trbovlje answer immediately. The 3-pointer from Gaspar, 2-pointer from Gaspar Ovnik. Trbovlje closing in on a 21-point winning total. That's what they're trying to get. Simon Ruduk takes it up strong. Just squeaked that one home with the dunk. And at the conclusion of this round-robin encounter in Pool C, Trbovlje, the tournament number 3 seeds, have beaten Kolobrzeg, the number 6 seeds, by a final score of 19 points to 12. There was a consolation highlight reel dunk by SR44 Simon Ruduk, but by that time the game had got away from them, courtesy of some wonderful basketball, both inside and outside, executed by the tournament number 3 seeds. And Trbovlje, who lost against Kolobrzeg in the quarterfinals of the World Tour Masters in Prague, on this occasion turn the tables. They have won this Pool C encounter and get their account open with a win. Commanding style, 19 points to 12, the final score.
In the world, they can dunk from up there without any problem. So
just bring you up to date with the scorers from that game as we take a look at some of the highlights. 19 points to 12 in favor of Trbovlje, the leading scorer for the tournament number 3 seed, Gaspar Ovnik. 9 points, 6 of them coming from beyond the arc in 2-point territory. Following up and aiding him admirably was Kavjic with 5, Trbov had 4, Finnsgaard 1, and for Kolobrzeg, who got 12 points, courtesy of a flurry of points at the end of the game. Leading all scorers was Simon Ruduk, who had that throwdown towards the concluding stages with 5 points. Just behind him with 4 with his big brother, Big P, Przemysław Ruduk, and Pietorenkiel chipped in with 3 on some spectacular explosive drives to the glass. So there's entertainment on the court now, and we'll allow you to enjoy that. And the action will resume in just a few minutes' time, as Doha will take on Kranj, the number 4 seeds, taking on the number 5 seeds in Pool B. The Dunking Devils of Slovenia providing this entertainment during the intermission. That's why you can hear the cheers in the crowd. Whereas here on the stream, we're just showing you some highlights from that previous Pool C game. Action continues here in Abu Dhabi at the 2015 World Tour Finals.
Looks like they need some help from our dancers. Come on, ladies. You want to be a part of the show? Now you are a part of the show. Go on, Abu Dhabi, put your hands up, big clap, go on. Very dangerous. Woo! Oh! The Turkey Devils at the 2015 FIBA 3x3 World Tour. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands up for the Turkey Devils! Thank you, Abu Dhabi. You are amazing. And you're about to see them again later tonight. So stay with us here at the Nation Tower Square. The Talking Devils are going to be back to entertain you later tonight.
MC Cosby, y'all.
العديد من الاستعراضات الرائعة تقدم ما بين أشواط المباريات كلياتها، وفي عنا المزيد من الوسائل الترفيهية موجودة في خلف ملعب كرة السلة. بدنا نتشكر لكل الرعاة الرسميين لهذا الحدث. UAE Basketball Association، مجلس أبو ظبي الرياضي، شركة الإمارات للسيارات، نايكي، ويلسون. وبالإضافة إلى هيك إذا رح تكونوا على السوشيال ميديا على فيسبوك، انستغرام أو تويتر، رجاء نستخدم الهاشتاج الرئيسي لهذه الفعالية، هاشتاج 3x3WT.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to meet Team Doha. So ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Team Doha. They are representing Qatar with number 3, Dominic James. Number 4, Tangi.
So the action continues here at the 3x3 World Tour Final. We are in Pool D and being introduced to the crowd are the tournament number 4 seeds. Doha representing Qatar. Sammy Monroe, the second to give him his full regal moniker, makes his way out onto the court. Number 6 for Doha. 17th ranked player in the world, number 1 in his country. See, towering figure of Yassin Musa.
Make some noise for Team from Slovenia.
So making their way into Slovenia are Kranj, the tournament number 5 seeds.
Number 4, Jaka Kamela.
Boris Yershin, the number 3. Jaka Kladnik wears number 4. Mensud Julovic in number 5. And the Iron Man, Jure Ergen, veteran player, 40 years of age, heaps of experience. And now they take the opportunity to pose for the photographers courtside ahead of their opening game of this 2015 FIBA 3x3 World Tour Final. Beautiful conditions here in Abu Dhabi. Slight trace of wind as we see the quartet who will take to the floor for Kranj. Mensud Julovic. Ironman Yadi Kurdi, powerful figures on the front line. There is Mensur Julovic, 29 years of age, the 11th ranked player in Slovenia, 22nd in the world. Jaka Hladnik, so much experience and a wonderful touch from the perimeter as well. The World Tour final last year. Kranj finished in 3rd place. That was after finishing in 4th place the year before. So looking to go one better this time. Get themselves a championship spot, but Doha are going to have plenty to say about that. Doha qualified for this World Tour final by winning the Masters event in Beijing. Kranj booked their place here after winning the Masters event in Prague. So we're about to get underway. It is Kranj who have the first possession. To a wide open Ironman. Yuri Eugen. He opens the account of Kranj. They lead by 1. So it's Monroe now, working into the lane, sneaking up on the blind side and almost taking it away. Was Julovic, had to fire. Did Ngombo under pressure from the shot clock. Explosive in the lane. Bodies hitting the court. The drive was a quick one, a wonderfully quick one by Yashin, but coming flying in on defensive duty was Dominic James. No basket, no foul. The action continues from high above the court. Get an idea of just how close the crowd are here at the Corniche in Abu Dhabi. That's why we have such a wonderful atmosphere. Julovic from the perimeter, rebound secured by Monroe. So James now, got it by Yashin, goes to the step back, high elevation off the 2-pointer and drains it to give Doha an early lead. I said it was a 2, he must have had a toe on the line because it's only been counted as a 1. But the degree of difficulty, well, he may argue that he should have got more. Now, do we count that basket? No, says the referee. Doha opined otherwise. I'd like to see a replay of that opening shot by Dominic James when he went to that step back, because it looked to be a 2-pointer, but it's being registered as a 1. Here we see the step back move again as he's twisting up defenders, bouncing into the lane, but can't get the finish to fall. Terrific explosion being exhibited in the early stages by Dominic James. 1.8 meters tall. Yashin fires from the perimeter, doesn't get it to fall. We remain tied at 1 with 1 minute and 20 seconds gone. Strong drive into the lane, and then the finish with the right hand by Sami Monroe. Doha take the early lead. Doha 2, Kranj 1, as Julovic goes to the turnaround J and drains it. The shoulder shake before hitting the fadeaway jump shot. Yashin takes away that attempted outlet, but then gives it straight back as he couldn't find Eugen cutting to the basket. So we are tied at 2, and the basketball has been of the highest quality to begin this Pool D game. Ngombo drives, gets some distance and gets the left-handed layup to fall. The headbanded figure of Tanguy Ngombo gives Doha a 1-point lead. Mention the fact that now here's that step back. Just can't see the line. Now, how big are his feet? I suppose that's the question. But the officials have had the final word and they've said it's a one-pointer, but it was a spectacular move. Rejected on the way up. No goaltending, say the officials. Sammy Monroe appeared to get a piece of that. Now he's working on Yashin on the outside. The shot clock's down to 4, and that's why it's fired from 2-point territory. And under pressure from the shot clock, Sammy Monroe hits the 2-pointer to make it Doha 5, Kranj 2. Ergen answers immediately. Flurry of baskets from the perimeter and on the inside. Yuri Ergen will try and get 2 the old-fashioned way. Here's the 2-pointer, falling out of bounds, still got it to fall. Yuri Ergen came straight back, and he completes 2 the old-fashioned way. Dominic James fired for 2. Players aren't hanging around in this particular Pool D encounter. So Ergen taking a seat on the bench, Yashin checking back in.
7 minutes 30 seconds left in the game. Team Doha with 2 fouls. Team Kranj with 1 team foul.
2.5 minutes gone. Monroe, after hitting that spectacular fall-away 2, gives it up this time. Inside it goes, and working wonderfully on the inside, Yassine Moussa. Into the game, an instant offense off the bench. Will they go to him again? He's working for position down low. Monroe instead fires from 2-point territory, chases down his own ball, keeps it in bounds by applying the brakes, goes to the dribble move. And the shot clock is down to 5 with Moussa working in the block. Takes his time and doesn't get the shooter's roll, but gets his own offensive rebound. He's looking to set up shop in the block again. Offloads to Dominic James. James bounds into the middle. Short on the shot. Now we have a whistle on the play. Yassine Moussa, nicknamed the Dream Shake, holds his arms up in exasperated fashion because I think he was wrestled or rooted to the ground there by the player defending him. So we have a timeout on the floor. Doha 6, Kranj 4. And this has been a spectacular game in Pool D to this point in the contest. The fans in attendance enthralled. Now here's that step back. Oh, I think we need some 4K television to discern whether that was a 2-pointer or otherwise. It's been counted as a 1, but that high arcing jump shot came off the back of a spectacular move from Dominic James. So Sammy Monroe goes right, goes left, goes to the jump stop, short on the shot, and on cleanup duty but can't get it to fall was Moussa. Dominic James scrapping and clawing his way to get that loose ball and then bouncing off the court like a rubber ball in an effort to get the finish. But fouled in the act of shooting. Look at the desire in the eyes of Dominic James. Former player at Marquette in the US Collegiate Basketball, the NCAA Division I school. Dwayne Wade's alma mater as well. Inside to Ergen. So Ergen makes it a 2-point game. Doha 7, Kranj 5 at just over 6 minutes to play. Monroe goes behind the back to lose his defender, initiates the contact and gets the shot to fall. Another wonderful individual offensive move by Sammy Monroe II. Doha 8, Kranj 5 with 6 minutes to play. So Monroe, guarded by Ergen, works him again, shakes his man with a crossover into a sandwich, loses the basketball. No foul, says the referee. Julevic going to work on James, goes to the fadeaway, skip pass, touch pass now to Ergen, can't get it to fall. Moussa with the board, guarded by Ergen. Ergen, well, he stepped in with his feet and his shoulder, not even sure his hand got to where it intended to go, which was to poke the ball away. And as a result, we have a foul called on Kranj. It is the team foul number 4. So 5.5 minutes left to play in this opening Pool D game. Doha 8, the number 4 seeds. Kranj 5, they're the number 5 seeds. Whistle on the play as Ngombo worked his way towards the hoop.
الثالث 2014 FIBA 3x3 World Tour.
There's the foul. Easy call for the referee that time. Working again, Musa takes a shot to the head, but still keeps his beautiful footwork alive and extends at the hoop to finish. Kladnik comes right back, and it's Doha 9, Kranj 6. Just over 5 minutes to play. As Dominic James takes the opportunity to engage in some conversation with the official. James scored the winning basket in overtime in the final of the Beijing Masters against Ljubljana. So as well as being spectacular, he's clutch as well. And there's a wonderful defensive play from Dominic James. Monroe goes for the throwdown, just can't get it to go. 2-pointer, frenetic activity. Boris Yeltsin makes it a 1-point game. Dominic James for 2, rim shot, rebound, Ngombo gets the stick back to 4. Doha lead by 2 once again. So there was the move, and Dominic James came flying out of the sky to reject that shot from behind. And that's where Monroe attempted to house it in traffic. That's a terrific finish. Tanguy Ngombo twisting and contorting his body to get that shot to fall despite the defensive attentions of his opponent. And Yeltsin is tripped. Doha called for their 3rd team foul. So 4 minutes 22 seconds remaining in this Pool D matchup. Doha 11, Kranj 8. Yeltsin offloads to Julevic. Julevic gets his defender in the air. Now it goes inside to Ergen, who goes to the quick spin move. Ngombo with the defense. All alone. Musa, 2-point territory. Back iron. Julevic with the board. Yeltsin takes it into the lane. High up over the outstretched arm of Musa, but can't get it to fall. Traveling violation. We have a turnover.
Time up with 3 minutes and 56 seconds left.
So it's a 3-point game, 3 minutes 56 remain, and we have a 3-point game. 11 plays 8. Opening encounter in Pool D. As we take a look at some of the highlights that have comprised those totals so far. Wonderful post move from Yassine Musa. The dream shake with the face-up move on that occasion, rather than the back to the basket turnaround J. Hakeem Olajuwon used to such terrific effect to give him that nickname. Nice fake, can't get the finish. Julevic made the defender bite. Kladnik, 2-pointer, rebound Julevic. Sammy Monroe whistled for the foul.
No basket. Doha team foul number 4.
So 4 team fouls called on Doha now. 3 minutes 39 seconds remaining. They lead Kranj by 3. Doha 11, Kranj 8. Just over 3.5 minutes to play. Iron Man working his way inside, sticking with it, and persistence paying off for Yuri Ergen, the 20th ranked player in the world. Heaps of experience. Now it goes inside to Ngombo, but he can't get it to fall.
Team foul number 6. Penalty up next.
Kranj called for team foul number 6. One more and it will be a trip to the free throw line for Doha. Right now it's one shot for Tanguy Ngombo. Second round draft pick, the Dallas Mavericks back in the 2011 NBA draft. 3 stars of this world tour. Monroe up strong, gets his own rebound and gets the second effort to fall. Doha 12, Kranj 9 at 3 minutes to play. Yeltsin guarded by Monroe. Yeltsin gets into the lane, somehow it's taken away. He doesn't know how, but Ngombo Now goes to work on him, goes to the spin move. Yashin is there, terrific footwork, picks his pocket, turnover the result. Kladnik tries a two-pointer. Julevic with the board and gets the stick back to fall. Doha 12, Kranj 10, 2.5 minutes remaining. This game still in the balance. As James goes to the pull-up. Can't get it to go. Kladnik gets his man in the air after picking up his dribble. Yashin for two. Rim shot doesn't fall. Gets his own rebound. Loses the dribble into the hands of Kladnik, who fires for two. Front rim once again. Dominic James fighting hard against Julevic. Substitutions for both sides as Kladnik and Monroe take a seat on the bench for their respective teams. 2 minutes 15 seconds remaining. Doha 12, Kranj 10. Approaching clutch time now. Underhand scoop shot by Julevic doesn't go, but on the spot to stick it home was Jure Eugen. Another one of the players who was featured in all 4 editions of the FIBA 3x3 World Tour. Tough shot attempted by Yassine Moussa from the wing. Julevic going to work on him now with the spin move, loses his defender, goes to the right-handed hook from down by his waist, can't get it to fall. So Dominic James working on Yashin, 5 seconds on the shot clock, goes to the step back, pulls up, short on the shot, skies for his own rebound, gets some distance, and we have a whistle on the play that will send Dominic James to the free throw line. That is a spectacular sequence from the 29-year-old. Second-ranked 3x3 player nationally. But look at this. Went to the pull-up, recognized it was going to be short, exploded off the floor. And his anticipation saw him get to the basketball first. Was fouled when he put the shot up again. So he's at the free throw line for 2. Can't make the first.
1 minute, 27 seconds left in the game. Team Doha with a 1-point lead with a score of 12-11. Second free throw is good.
So Dominic James makes the second. 1 minute 25 seconds remain. Doha, the tournament number 4 seeds, lead by 2. Doha 13, Kranj 11. This game still in the balance. Kladnik all alone for 2 after Eugen set a good screen. Eugen fighting on the offensive glass. Monroe, the last to touch it, I believe. So it will be Kranj ball from beyond the arc. No, it wasn't the last touch by Kranj. Doha who have possession. Monroe working on Julevic, goes to the crossover, takes a massive bump and still gets it to go. Strong finish once again by Sammy Monroe. Gives Doha a 3-point lead. It's a 2-possession game. Eugen tries to reduce that deficit with a 2-pointer. Doesn't get it to fall. So we're inside the final minute. Dominic James has it poked away by Eugen. Monroe recovers. Out of bounds goes Monroe. And he's in close conversation with the official. This is another spectacular play. Lots of contact. And still manages to absorb it, keep his concentration. And has the presence of mind to finish. That gave Doha a 3-point lead. Doha 14, Kranj 11. 45 seconds to go. Shadowed is Yashin by Dominic James, struggling to find some free territory. 7 seconds have elapsed off the shot clock. James takes a seat on the bench. Moussa checks back into the game. Kranj will inbound from beyond the arc with just 5 seconds. Kladnik recognized that and drains a 2 under pressure from an expiring shot clock. We have a 1-point game. Moussa recognizes the size mismatch, kicks it out to Monroe, who responds instantly. Back-to-back 2-pointers. Doha lead by 3.
And the ball pulls up again. Up the forward man to play the rebound.
So 2-pointer needed desperately. Foul is called. Doha have fouls to give. But there was Kranj with a big two-pointer with the shot clocks expiring, but back came Monroe to ease the pressure on his team. And as this one comes to an end, Doha open their Pool D account with a 3-point victory in a really high-quality game. Nip and tuck all the way. It was close. Kranj did their utmost, nailing a big two-pointer in the closing stages. But Sammy Monroe answered with a two-pointer of his own. And that is how the tournament number 4 seeds, Doha, have beaten Kranj, the number 5 seeds, by a final score of 16 points to 13. So they're the quartet who took the floor for the respective teams. It was high quality from the outset. Eugène finished strong at the glass. Tanguy and Gombo got a spectacular shot to fall. Sammy Monroe was hanging and gliding across the lane, and I'm sure that Monroe got a piece of that shot attempt. Musa was a terrific force around the hoop, spinning, twirling, stepping through, and extending to his full length. 2.05 meters. The persistence paid. Down in a low post for Eugène, who battled away on the offensive glass to keep his team within touching distance. Julevic did the same thing. Some nice touches around the basket. Once more, it was ever alert Eugène. You see Sammy Monroe absorb the contact, still get the shot to fall. And this was Kladnik with the shot clock ticking down. That made it a 1-point game. But then on the ensuing possession, Sammy Monroe said touché. And at the conclusion of that game, where Doha beat Kranj by 16 points to 13, the leading scorer was indeed Sammy Monroe II. 2 two-pointers for him in his 8-point haul. And he was assisted by Gombo and James, who had 3 each. For Kranj, in their 13-point total, top scorer was Jure Eugène. And he was ably assisted by Kladnik, who had 3. Yasin and Julevic had 2 points apiece. So, back to the action, and we return to Pool A, the first outing of Vilnius, and they are taking on Rio. Rio being introduced to the crowd now. Rio currently 0-1. So this could well bring a conclusion to their tournament if they were to be defeated here.
Number 4, Number 5, Darius. And with number 6,
So Vilnius, the tournament number 9 seeds, introduced to the crowd, the only undefeated team this season here at the World Tour Finals. Qualified by going undefeated at the 2015 World Tour event in Lausanne. There's the quartet who take to the floor. Varanauskas, Tarvidas, Luksha and Marciukaitis, all court players, as is almost custom in the Lithuanian tradition, comfortable in all parts of the floor, but Luksha, a traditional 5 out-and-out center, and that's most certainly what that man is. They've got a brief glimpse of Marcelo Silva there, but their playmaker, Ovidius Varanauskas, athletic Gerdius Marciukaitis. So they really are a formidable outfit. qualified here by winning in Lausanne. That's the only 3x3 event they played this summer. Perfect 5-0 en route to that Masters title, and indeed through to Abu Dhabi. So here's the Rio quartet out onto the court for the second time this evening in this round-robin stage. They open the day one of competition here against the #1 seeds, where they lost by 22 points to 8. They won't want to slip to 2 victories in succession, because that would spell an end to their tournament. So rebound hauled in by Trbovlje. Vilnius in the orange, Rio in black and lime, and the finish on the interior gives Vilnius the early lead. Streaking to the hole and going for the throwdown was Silva Jr. Took those big strides to get himself down the lane and went up with forceful intentions, but couldn't get it to go as he went up strong. Ljubljana denied him, but Silva Jr. perfect from the line to tie the game at 1. Air ball on that pull-up jump shot. The shot clock continues to tick down. Now we have a whistle away from the basketball. So the shot clock is being reset to 6. I said 6 is being reset to 3. So Vilnius will have it beyond the arc, and they elect to shoot immediately. Shot fired up from Badanauskas, doesn't get the shot to fall. Silva Jr. handling the basketball. He's guarded by Trbovlje. Now it's Ljubljana who picks up defensive responsibilities. Now he was looking for contact. You see him intimating that to the referee as he pounds his forearm in a manner that he feels he was dealt with on the previous drive. Here is the drive, the long raking strides. There's the contact. You see him turn his back, toss the ball towards the hoop. Nothing doing, says the referee. Silva with the board. Going to work on Ljubljana. And gets down low once again. The leading Rio scorer from the opening game gives them a 1-point lead here in this second pool encounter in Pool A for the Brazilian #8 seeds. Ljubljana can't get the hook shot to fall. He was guarded by Marcelo Silva. Motta from 2-point territory and finds the range. Rio lead Vilnius by a score of 4 points to 1 with just over a minute and a half played in this Pool A matchup. Poked away by Silva Jr. And Rio have come out energized and full of focused intent here. They were rock solidly by the tournament #1 seeds in their opening game. Trying to avoid a similar start here. They've come out brightly. Silva with the board. He finds Silva Jr. 2-pointer on the pull-up. Front rim. Motta in there fighting. It falls into the hands of Silva. Johnny on the spot. He gets the stick back to fall as he was gifted that offensive rebound. Rio lead by 4. Ljubljana from the free throw line and nails it. Vitali Ljubljana, 2.05 meters tall, 29-year-old, the second-ranked player in Lithuania, as Motta goes to the pull-up 2 again, gets his own rebound, whistle on the play. Now, was he shooting? Indeed, it will be trip to the free throw line for Douglas Motta for 1 shot for the 9th-ranked player in Brazil. So Motta good on that trip to the free throw line, and he gives Rio a 4-point lead. Rio 6, Vilnius 2. Motta pokes it away. The shot clock is down to 3. Now, that's not a smart foul from Rio's point of view. They did a terrific job defensively. The shot clock was about 2 when Motta was caught reaching in. That's why he's frustrated. Bailed out his opponents there. Ljubljana from the free throw line again. Side iron on that attempt. Rebound secured by Juninho. He pulls up from 2 and drains it. Line drive 2-pointer from Juninho Mariano. Makes it Rio 8, Vilnius 2 with just over 7 minutes remaining in this Pool B game. Remember, it's crucial for Rio to get a victory here after being dominated in their opener. Driving into the lane and hanging was Varanauskas. Ovidius Varanauskas was the MVP of the Lausanne Masters. Such was his stellar play and finding his groove here. Silva Jr. with the save. Shot clock violation. Juninho Mariano stumbled as he went down into the low post, and by the time the offload was retrieved, the shot clock had expired. And the crowd continued to be enthralled and energized here by the action we're seeing. That was one of the opening plays when Silva Jr. was fouled on his way to the hoop. Really does eat up the court in a hurry with his long raking strides. Douglas Motta with the pull-up 2. So Vilnius have possession. They trail by 5. 6 minutes 48 to play. Varanauskas into the lane, met by Silva. Now we have a foul on the play. Third team foul for Rio. Vilnius in possession. Varanauskas into the lane, explodes off the court. Silva pulls down the board. Touch passing around the perimeter. Calling for a screen is Mariano Jr. There it is. He goes to that line drive 2 once again and nails it. Successful from downtown for the second time in the game. Juninho Mariano makes it Rio 10, Vilnius 3, and he called for the screen once more. Executes it well. Fakes the step back, cuts to the lane, gets the shot away. He said he was clattered on the way to the hoop. Varanauskas for 2. He keeps the rebound alive for Vilnius. Into the lane, offload to Ljubljana. Ljubljana is clattered on the way to the basket. Frenetic activity here in this Pool A game. Rio are playing spectacularly. This man has been a major reason why. A real catalyst offensively. Juninho Mariano. And the wise heads of the oldest team in the tournament coming to the fore here. They're leading the youngest team in the tournament by 7. Right now, it's experience prevailing over youth. We have just under 6 minutes to play as Ljubljana reduces the deficit. Rio 10, Vilnius 4, 5 minutes 50 to play. Silva Jr., air ball, right into the hands of the waiting Varanauskas. 2-pointer is drained by Tarbidis. Darius Tarbidis makes it Vilnius 6, Rio 10, 5.5 minutes to play. Loss of contact, and again the finish. Marcelo Silva doing a terrific job on the offensive glass. 6 feet 11 inches tall, 2.10 meters. Former veteran of the Brazilian national team, and look at the positioning. Leaving the ground is too much trouble nowadays, but you can't buy the experience that he's amassed over the course of his career, and he's using it to terrific effect here. He was their leading scorer in their opening game, and he's just completed a 2-point play there. Rio 12, Vilnius 6, 5 minutes 21 to play in this Pool A matchup that is a must-win for Rio if they want to have any hope of making it through to the quarter-final knockout stages and beyond. Shake and bake, and then the fire from Varanauskas can't get it to fall. Tarvidas doing a terrific job on clean-up duty. Vilnius 7, Rio 12. Inside it goes to Silva Jr. Bounces across the lane, too strong off the glass. Marcelo Silva got a hand on it, but couldn't control. So Silva takes a seat on the bench. Checking in, Juninho Mariano. Vilnius chipping away. The lead enjoyed. Inside to Silva Jr. He's struggling to find a range in this game. He's getting lots of good looks at the basket, just can't find the bottom of it. Shake and bake employed by Varanauskas. Foul called on Juninho Mariano. That is Rio's 6th team foul. So the next one, they will be in the penalty. It'll be a trip to the free throw line for 2 shots. So we have a timeout called. 4 minutes 47 seconds remaining. Rio, the tournament number 8 seed, lead the number 9 seed Vilnius by 5. Rio 12, Vilnius 7.
Abu Dhabi Sports Council, Wilson, the UAE Basketball Association, and Nike. Also, please follow FIBA 3x3 on all social media, YouTube, Twitter. Just look up FIBA 3x3, and also Instagram.
So Vilnius to inbound. On the finish on the interior was Lukska. Mariano Jr. for another 2. Off that time after draining 2 earlier on in this game. 2 from downtown for Juninho Mariano. Driving up strong and finishing is Tarvydas. Marius Tarvydas. Tarvydas Varanauskas represented Lithuania in youth basketball categories. Varanauskas currently plying his 5-on-5 trade for Varese in the Italian First Division. So that gives you an idea of the caliber of athlete and player who are competing in his FIBA 3x3 World Tour final as Douglas Motta fires from 2-point territory. Rebound hauled in by Tarvydas. Inside it goes to Luksha. He goes to the shot fake. Too strong on when he finally did pull the trigger. So Motta, skip pass to Juninho, goes behind the back. Shovel pass to Silva. Too strong. Rebound secured. And the backdoor pass almost faked out his own teammate, but it fell ultimately to Motta. In, out, and in once again. Douglas Motta with the shot from just above the free throw line makes it a 4-point lead for Rio. Varanauskas fires from 2-point territory, trying to keep it in bounds was Tarvydas, but he cannot do so. 3.5 minutes remain. Rio in an all-or-nothing effort, leading by 4. Rio 13, Vilnius 9, timeout on the floor. And it is a 4-point advantage for the Brazilian number 8 seeds.
The game is over. So if the team reaches 21 points before the 10-minute mark, the game is over.
Thirsty work down there on the court here in Abu Dhabi. Temperatures dropping, there's still a fair breeze. When I say it's dropping, but that one has to recall that it was 37 degrees at the high point earlier on this afternoon. So make no mistake, it's still shirt-sleeve weather. These athletes going through their exertions in pursuit of a place in the quarterfinals. Denied at the rim! Darius Tarvydas denying Marcelo Silva Jr. with a spectacular block. Outstanding defense. That shows you how committed these athletes are. Varanauskas slices to the lane with a left-handed finish. And he reduces Rio's advantage to 3. Rio 13, Vilnius 9. There was the terrific defensive play. Motta for 2 points. Doesn't fall, gets his own offensive rebound. Comes up with it, Marcelo Silva Jr. muscles it down. Carlos Silva Jr. muscles it down into Motta. Whistle on the play. Frenetic action
Substitution for both teams. Marcelo in for Team Rio. And Luca in for Team Vilnius. Number 3, Wahda pulls up, off to the right. Rebound by Varanas. He's handing the ball away, gets him to the middle.
Varanauskas goes to the right hand. Left-handed finish from Lucia. Vilnius are within 2. It's a one-possession game. Rio jumped out to an early lead, but Vilnius have remained patient and have chipped away inside to Silva Jr., and he finds the bottom of the net. During crunch time when his team needs it, Carlos Silva Jr. comes up trumps. Rio 14, Vilnius 11, 2-pointer, air ball, all ball, says the referee. Terrific defense by Douglas Motta. Silva Jr. left all alone, rim shot, short on that attempt. Vilnius trail by 3. Lucia from the free throw line. He's shown that that is his territory. And he makes it a one-possession game once again. Motta demonstrating patience. It's in the hands of Marcelo Silva. He drives his way down the lane and gets it to fall. Not the most aesthetically pleasing shot, but still, he drained it to make it a 3-point advantage, creating the separation by raising that elbow, and despite being wrestled by his defender, still got the shot to fall. Nothing more that this Vilnius could do about it. 3-point advantage. So 1 minute 54 remaining. Rio 15, Vilnius 12 to the free throw line. Vitaly Lucia, no good on the first. Remember, Rio now in the penalty. So every subsequent foul committed by Rio in remaining 1 minute 54 will be 2 free throws as Lucia makes the second. One possession game. Rio 15, Vilnius 13, 1 minute 40 remaining. This Paule encounter, oh, that is terrific. Selva on the interior once again, increases Rio's lead to 3, but the finish by Tarbvidas makes it a one-possession game once more. Vilnius trailed by 2. Motta dancing around the perimeter. Pulls up, taken away all too easily. Varanauskas was alert with the anticipation. Offloads to Lucia, and we have a 1-point game. Terrific play. Varanauskas with the eye-catching assist. Lucia with the finish. Mariano goes to the drive. Now we have a foul on the play. Approaching 1 minute left. Vilnius. You see that wonderful offload by Varanauskas to a grateful recipient in the form of Vitaly Lucia. To the free throw line for one shot. Juninho Mariano doesn't get it to fall, and how his team would have needed that. We're inside the final minute. Offload once again. Lucia can't get the reverse to fall. Silva Jr. can't handle. He's still in the hands. And then the slicing finish. Thought about the dunk. Instead it was a finger roll right over the top of Marcelo Silva. We are tied at 16. Inside it goes. Terrific finish on the inside. Juninho Mariano somehow got that underhanded layup to fall. His team Rio lead by 1. Stolen away by Mariano. Goes between the legs, gets up in heavy traffic and gets the shot to fall. What a sequence by Juninho Mariano. He gives his team a 2-point lead with 14 seconds remaining. He's hyped up. He's asking for encouragement from the crowd because he has been a real catalyst in his team taking a 2-point lead. Behind the back, between the legs, then the crossover. And in heavy traffic, Juninho Mariano gets the layup to fall. But to the free throw line for 2 shots is Ovidius Varanauskas. He makes the first.
All right.
So we are tied up at 18 points apiece.
Let's see what happens
7
here.
seconds remaining. Motta's got to get a shot away. He elects for a 2. Oh, and he drains it! Douglas Motta! The game is over. Rio beat Vilnius by 2. Their campaign here at the FIBA 3x3 World Tour Final remains alive, courtesy of a victory in the most dramatic fashion. A buzzer beater from the hands of Douglas Motta from 2-point territory makes it a final score of Rio 20, Vilnius 18 in what was a terrifically competitive affair. Vilnius fighting tooth and nail for their first victory and to extend their unbeaten season, but they ran into an inspired, never say die attitude demonstrated by Rio. The tournament number 8 seeds remain alive here in Abu Dhabi. And how? By the slimmest of margins. Final score, Rio 20, Vilnius 18 in dramatic style. The Brazilians now 1-1 in Pool A play.
Give it up one time for Masada and Gonzalo! Come on! Hey, hey!
So some of the highlights from that most dramatic encounter. Incredibly exciting. Rio jumped out to an early lead, but Vilnius remained patient, continued to chip away. Juninho Mariano was terrific during the course of that game. He hit 2 line drive 2-pointers, but the quality of Badanauskas is the second of those line drive 2s from Juninho Mariano. Carlos Silva did his usual outstanding job on the boards. Motta was effective from the perimeter, just above the free throw line on that particular stroke. But Luksha, sterling effort on the offensive glass for his team. Silva Jr. had his struggles offensively, but that was a big bucket when his team needed it in the lane. And that was a spectacular finish from the veteran Marcelo Silva. But the wonderful vision from Ovidius Badanauskas to offload that ball to a grateful Vitaly Luksha. And this was a dramatic finger roll at the hoop, a really explosive one from Vitaly Luksha. Thought about dunking it, couldn't complete. And again, Juninho with another mind-boggling play as he got that underhanded layup to fall. But look at this for a sequence. Going behind the back, up in amongst the tall trees, and got the shot to fall. But still, with ice water in his veins, Ovidius Badanauskas went to the free throw line to tie things up, and that was the response from Douglas Motta. With the game clock ticking down, that was enough to secure the victory, and that is what it meant to the tournament's number 8 seeds. Rio, by a 2-point margin, prevailing over Vilnius. They are now 1-1 in Pool A play. Victory, a defeat would have been terminal. Victory keeps them alive. As the crowd here just being treated to some entertainment. That is how things stand across Pool play. Rio, the only team to have played 2 matches so far. 28 points total, but NoviSad AlWahda in that 1 game drubbing over Rio to open their account, not far behind them, and they've still got another pool game to come. Everyone else has played 1 in 4 matches so far.
Come on! Hey, hey! Hey, hey! Hey, hey! Come on, everybody! Woo! Oh! Give it up one time for Masada and Gonzalo!
Thank you, Abu Dhabi.
Next up, we have
ladies and gentlemen, you've seen her dance before. It is time again for National Class Dancers. Make some noise, come on, Abu Dhabi, we can hear you.
clap your hands, y'all. Give it up for the Personal Class Dancers!
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we go on with the competition, and you are about to meet Team Santos from Brazil. Make some noise for Santos! Number 3, Luis Soriani. Number 4, Ismael Neto. Number 6, Fabio Santos.
So Santos being introduced to the crowd ahead of their second game in Pool B. All of the squad out onto the court. Santos defeated in their opening game by a score of 17 points to 9 against Ljubljana. So a victory for them crucial. So being introduced to the crowd, the tournament number 10 seeds playing their first game in Pool B, and that is Denver. PK Kyles. Paris Kyles, nicknamed PK. Marcus King Stockton, their tallest player, 2.08 meters. And Corey Campbell. Wasn't there at the most recent World Tour event in Mexico where they won, but he's back with them now, and he is a formidable addition to an already formidable quartet. Marcus King Stockton, Derek Griffin, Paris Kyles and Corey Campbell, the 4 players who comprise Denver, the 10th seeds of this tournament. Here is Corey Campbell, 24th ranked player in the USA. Derek Griffin, ranked 3rd in the USA. Was top scorer of the Mexico Masters. 37 points over the 5 games for Griffin. It was Paris Kyles with his buzzer-beating exploits who was the MVP. So for the second time this evening, here on the opening day of this FIBA 3x3 World Tour Final, Santos taking to the floor. Remember, beaten in their opening pool game by Ljubljana. They'll be looking for a reversal of fortune here if they hope to extend their stay into the quarter-final stages and beyond. They were delayed at the airport en route from Sao Paulo 14-hour flight for the Brazilian teams, direct here to Abu Dhabi from Sao Paulo. But they were delayed by such an extent, Santos, that they took the opportunity to get a practice in. They were there for several hours, so they found themselves a wide open space, went through some drills and routines that they'll be running during, or that they hope to run during the 12-second shot clock of 3x3 basketball. So we're underway. Santos wearing black and yellow. They have possession against Denver wearing white and black with yellow trim. Shot fake. Rejected by King Stockton, and that forces a shot clock violation. Driving into the lane with plenty of ambition was Luis Sariani. King Stockton said no. Timed his leap to perfection, and the long arm of the 2.08 meter King Stockton turned that shot away. So Neto works the lane, rejected by King Stockton. Slapped out of the court here at the Corniche. Terrific defending by the King. Marcus King Stockton again timing his leap wonderfully well and sends that one into the stands. So shot clock ticking down. Soriani has to fire, does so, gets the rim shot, and it's into the hands of Rojas. Harris Kyles kept it alive. Whistle on the play. Terrific defensive statements made by Marcus King Stockton. And again, you see the desire evident from the players as Neto drives to the lane. And he's called for the foul. So to the free throw line for one shot. As he was driving to the hoop and in the act of shooting goes Ismar Neto. So Santos leading by one after that free throw. Kyles long on that shot into the hands of Rojas. Rojas offloads to Neto. He's guarded by Griffin. Out of bounds goes Neto. Turnover is the result. There were 2 seconds left on the shot clock when he looked to offload. Goes between the leg, but there was the evidence, much to his consternation. Corey Campbell, guarded by Neto, pulls up for a long range two, and nothing but sweet string music for Corey Campbell. Denver lead by one. Santos 1, Denver 2. 1.5 minutes gone. PK Kyles. Excuse me, Sariani with the 2. So it's a 1-point game. So to the free throw line, looking to tie things up. There's Marcus King Stockton. Can't convert the free throw. So 8 minutes 20 remaining. Guillermo Rojas offloads to Soriani in the face of a defender. Long on the shot, air ball, Corey Campbell. Now shaking himself out of his shoes. That's often what you want to do to the defender with your crossover moves. But on this occasion, it's the ball handler, Corey Campbell, who lost his own shoe, applied the brakes, and his shoe carried on towards the baseline when he was going in the other direction. What you call shaking yourself out of your sneakers. Neto with the wraparound to Soriani. He from downtown, Neto with the board. And inside it goes, Neto with the score. Santos lead by 2. Santos 4, Denver 2. 2 minutes, 10 seconds have gone. Griffin from 2. Got a hand on the ball, but it will be Santos ball from beyond the arc. So Soriani, guarded by Griffin. Soriani keeps it himself, goes up strong, goes to the reverse, too much on the shot. Griffin with the rebound. Griffin goes baseline, gets to the hoop. Can't find the range. Nato with the board. Flurry of misses being exchanged in this particular passage of play. Nato goes to the long range two, short on the shot. Griffin with the rebound. Corey Campbell for another two. Air ball on that occasion. Nato lets it go out of bounds. The World Tour final last year in Tokyo. Denver lost to Santos. So wonder how much significant that matchup a year ago. As Fabio Santos gets to the hoop, makes the basket, and will go to the free throw line for potentially one more. Fabio Santos into the game, and immediate effectiveness with the post move. King Stockton doesn't agree, but there is the move, creating that contact, then getting the separation. King Stockton feeling that he was cleared out unfairly. Fabio Santos can't get it to fall. King Stockton's hobbling, struggling with his left ankle. He's beyond two-point territory now as Paris Kyles keeps it himself, goes to the left-handed shot, tipped into the hands of Kyles. King Stockton all alone from two-point territory, rim shot, and he's continuing to hobble as he makes his way back down into the lane. Remember, you need a dead ball situation to make a substitution. Fabio Santos had a really muscular screen, but then didn't go back door as his teammate was expecting him to. And again, the misses continue to be exchanged. King Stockton hoping for a substitution. Timeout called, 6.5 minutes remaining. Santos 5, Denver 2. Santos in a must-win game after dropping their opener against Ljubljana earlier on this evening. That's how King Stockton started the game. Some terrific plays on the defensive side of the ball. None more than that one, slapping it into the stands. So Soriani, guarded by Kyles. Kyles pokes it away from behind. Denver qualified for this World Tour final by winning the Mexico Masters. Did so in dramatic style as we'll have a new 12-second shot clock after the ball was kicked. Corey Campbell and Derek Griffin are more of another pair of the 12 players who have competed in all 4 seasons of the World Tour. It's Campbell who has it now. Goes to the glass and gets the shot to fall. Corey Campbell with all 3 Denver points so far. One long-range 2-pointer, another on that acrobatic drive to the hoop. We went over the top of the ground-bound Guilherme Rojas. Soriani lost his footing, went over the baseline. Turnover is the result. So Corey Campbell, still the only scorer for the Denver squad. Remember, he was replaced by Gary Sugar, or he replaced Gary Sugar after he was unable to compete in Mexico due to other commitments. What a welcome addition his presence is for the Denver squad. He's their only scorer so far. They trail by 2. Fabio Santos tries a 2, doesn't go. Corey Campbell now guarded by Santos. Campbell has the edge in foot speed and mobility, gets to the hoop. Can't get the shot to fall. An example of how he beat his man to get to the basket. So Guillermo Rojas puts it inside to Fabio Santos. Corey Campbell came around and back, poked the ball away. PK Kyle skied high to keep the loose ball alive. Corey Campbell short on the 2-point attempt. And we're approaching the halfway stage, and we have a total of 8 points between both of these teams. Basket appearing to be covered at the moment. Santos short again. King Stockton came over, slapped it away. Shot clock violation is the result. Guillermo Rojas thought he was fouled, but I don't think he got that shot attempt away before the 12-second shot clock expired. Guillermo Rojas still in conversation with anybody who will listen about the fact that he feels he was fouled. Paris Kyles is mugged on the ground, wrapped up like a blanket by Fabio Santos. So to the free throw line for one. Paris Kyles can't get it to fall. King Stockton offloads to Campbell. He tries for two. Kyles thought he kept it alive, but just breached the end line. Terrific hustle from Paris Kyles, the MVP of the Mexico tournament, after hitting a buzzer beater to send it into overtime against Harlem, and then a buzzer beater to beat them in overtime. Going through the advertising hoardings in an effort to keep the ball alive for his team. That's how crucial possession is. That's how important victory is. Remember, Santos, having lost their opening game, require nothing but a win here if they hope to go through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. Denver would love to open their account with a victory, but they're trailing here. Only a one-possession game, but they really cannot buy a basket. Their sole scorer has been Corey Campbell. Guillermo Rojas out. Oh, what a spin move from the big man. Some explosive quickness from the heaviest player in the tournament. Couldn't get the shot to fall, but will go to the free throw line to shoot one. Way out of his territory, but look at that. Left Paris Kyles scrambling behind him, but then couldn't finish the basket. So Guillermo Rojas to the free throw line and makes the shot. So Santos 6, Denver 3, 4 minutes 20 remaining. Paris Kyles then, after scoring, then picks the pocket of NATO. It's a one-possession game. Griffin, as Corey Kyles skies to keep it alive. Griffin offloads to Kyles. Kyles back iron, rebound NATO. Kick ball. Dead ball situation, new 12-second shot clock. Derek Griffin takes a seat on the bench. King Stockton checks back in, but still walking rather gingerly after appearing to damage his ankle during the game. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Stolen by King Stockton. Swing ball. PK on the perimeter. Drives, takes the hit, gets the shot away. Fouled by Storiani. He'll go to the free throw line for one. So we have a timeout called on the floor. 3 minutes 46 remaining in this game. And it is Santos who are leading Denver by 2. Santos 6, Denver 4. Corey Campbell with his opening score, with Denver's opening score. That was a two-pointer. Players fully committed, trying to reel in the basketball. And that's how King Stockton just walking a little bit gingerly after injuring his ankle, took a seat on the bench when the opportunity presented itself. Let's see if he's moving with full mobility with 3:45 remaining. So Paris Kyles makes the free throw to make it a one-point game. The behind-the-back pass attempted by NATO. He was looking for Fabio Santos to knife towards the basket. Santos stayed on the perimeter. And And the pass sails out of bounds for a turnover. Backdoor, and on this occasion it's miscommunication between Griffin and his teammate. So Fabio Santos looking for the contact. Fabio Santos will go to the free throw line for one. That is Denver's 6th team foul. So any subsequent foul will be a trip to the free throw line for 2 shots for the Brazilian number 7 seeds. Soriani rebounds that long free throw attempt by Fabio Santos. He makes the catch on the interior, uses that body weight against Derek Griffin, gets his own rebound and gets the second effort to drop. Santos 7, Denver 5. As Kyle's tried to answer from 2-point territory, can't find the range. Corey Campbell fires for 2 and bottoms it. We have a tied game. It's a low-scoring affair, this one, but it is tied at 7 points apiece with 3 minutes to go. Nato goes to the tough shot in the low post. The defense by Derek Griffin was solid. So Kyle fouled as he was handling the basketball. 5th team foul for Santos. 2 minutes 51 remaining. We are tied at 7. Anybody's game, this one. Griffin dances his way to the free throw line, offloads to Campbell. Nato comes down with the board. Nato has it, steps back into 2-point territory. Air ball on that occasion. Guillermo Rojas waving his arm to suggest that he feels he was open. Another 2-pointer from Corey Campbell as we take another look. He's handling the basketball right now, going to work on Rojas, goes to the jump hook, short off the glass. So Stadiani, guarded by Campbell. Rojas sets his screen and has the size advantage over Corey Campbell. It's not the best pass, but he does receive it. Skip pass to Nato. Kyles was flying at him, doesn't get it to fall. King Stockton with the board. Kyles, pull it past to Corey Campbell. Fakes the shot, nice the lane. And a wonderful tip in by King Stockton. Extended his arms, and the man from Houston, Texas, got that basket to fall. He may well have got a piece of the ensuing perimeter shot attempt. But that's the 6th team foul called on Santos. So the next foul committed by either team will send their opponents to the free throw line for 2 shots. Kyle into the lane. Rojas with the board. So Soriani inside to Rojas. He's going to work on King Stockton. Clears his man out, but can't find the finish. So we have a whistle on the play. Foul is called on Santos number 7, Rojas, and that will send
Number 6. Penalty on next.
I thought both teams were tied on 6 fouls, but if that was a foul, hasn't been called. We are now tied on 6. Corey Campbell with the explosive move. Kyle comes down with the board. Nato called for the foul. So Santos, that's their 7th team foul. It sends Denver to the free throw line for 2. Free throws crucial at any time, but now more so than ever in this a low-scoring game with the game clock ticking down. Crucial that both sides take advantage of the free throws that they earn. Kyles does so on the 2nd. He makes it a 2-point lead for Denver. Santos 7, Denver 9. Remember, if Santos lose this, it will be consecutive losses in Pool B, and their tournament will be over. Not cranking up the defense. The shot clock is down to 4. Miscommunication between Campbell and Kyles. So we're inside the final minute. Shot clock violations the result. Santos have called timeout with 52 seconds remaining. Santos trail by 2. Santos 7, Denver 9. In what is a must-win game for the Brazilian number 7 seed.
مباراة حامية جدا وتحديد النقاط فيها صعب.
Soriani drives the lane. His side trail by 2. Nato goes left to his strong hand. Can't get it to fall. Fabio Santos up strong. Whistled for the foul. So that is Denver's 7. It will send Fabio Santos to the free throw line for 2. And boy, do his team need these. They trail by 2. It's a low-scoring matchup, this one. If Santos could be perfect from the stripe, would tie it up. The prospect of overtime is a very realistic one. Short on the first. He knows how crucial that one was. Fabio Santos makes the second. He reduces Denver's advantage to 1. Santos 8, Denver 9 as Griffin drives, hangs in the air, gets the shot to fall off the glass. Denver's advantage is back out to 2. Soriani dancing around the 3.2-point line. Tries to offload, broken up by Denver. Denver in control now. Surely Santos have got to take a chance and foul or do something, because when they allow Corey Campbell to dance around a perimeter like this, the game clock is continuing to tick down. They chose not to send Denver to the free throw line. Remember, it would have been 2 shots. So Santos have possession, trailing by 2. What would they elect to do? They've gone to the hoop. It's a 1-point game, they need 2. Now the foul has been not a foul. But there was Nato driving to the hoop. He's got 1. So 3 seconds remaining. What will Soriani do? Surely he's got to commit a foul. There it is, instantly. So 2 free throws. Corey Campbell will go to the free throw line. If he can make these, well, it would effectively put the game on ice. But he can't make the first. So Santos are still alive, assuming they can secure the rebound and get a 2-pointer to fall. Corey Campbell, from his point of view, will be looking to nail this, so a dramatic 2-pointer from Santos doesn't give them a last-gasp victory. So free throws, crucially important. Corey Campbell about to attempt his second after missing the first. Misses both, but Denver secure the rebound, and that will be the ball game. The game clock has expired. Corey Campbell couldn't convert either of his final 2 free throws, but they had enough in the tank to get over the line against Santos in a really low-scoring encounter. At the end of 10 minutes of play, it is Denver, the number 10 seeds, who have prevailed over Santos, the number 7 seeds, by a low-scoring 10 points to 9. Santos will be eliminated in the pool phase. Denver get their accounts open with a hard-fought win. In this matchup where points were very difficult to come by indeed. Final score, Santos 9, Denver 10. Santos eliminated at the pool stage. As we see the introduction from that particular Pool B matchup. Not that many highlights to choose from, if truth be told, but there were some spectacular plays. But after 10 minutes of play, just 9 points for Santos and 10 for Denver. was a nice low post move by Fabiano Santos as he cleared out King Stockton and then was sent to the free throw line. Corey Campbell with an acrobatic drive to add to his 2-pointer. But Denver fighting tooth and nail to get themselves over the line, and they have done so by the slimmest of margins. Fabio Santos battled hard on the boards. Corey Campbell with the second of his two-pointers from long distance. King Stockton with so many little things for his side during the course of that game. Spectacular drive by the Vanilla Gorilla, Derek Griffin. Nice finish by the left-handed Ismail Nato. But in the final analysis, it is Denver who prevailed by 1. Santos eliminated at the full stage, 10-9 the final score.
Number 3, Number 4, Number 5, Zero, SR44, and with number 7, Renislav, Big And now, you are about to meet Team New York Harlem from the United States of America. So make some noise for NY Harlem. Number 3, David.
So Kolobrzeg have already been introduced to the crowd here ahead of their second matchup in Pool C.
Number 4, Kevin.
Being introduced for the first time. The crowd in attendance here at the Corniche are NY Harlem, the 11th seeds in the tournament, yet to open their account, and they would love to do so with a victory. For their point, from their point of view, Kolobrzeg, well, nothing other than a victory will do, because they were defeated in their opening pool game against Trbovlje. 19 points to 12, they lost to the number 3 seeds. So they'll be looking to get back to winning ways here at the expense of this team, NY Harlem. NY Harlem, along with Santos, the shortest team of the tournament, with an average of 1.91 meters, and they have the shortest player in the form of Domo Jones, Disco Domo. Dominique Jones is full name, but he prefers to go by the name of Domo. David Segas, cat quickness from the perimeter, the lightest player, Super Dave at just 79 kilograms.
World Tour final after finishing second at the Mexico DF Masters. David Seegers was named most spectacular.
So NY Harlem, they qualified for this tournament after finishing in second at the Mexico Masters.
Team NY Harlem is the shortest team at the tournament.
Kolobrzeg, for their part, as we see their quartet up on the screen, they qualified for this World Tour final by finishing in second place in Prague. Had success in Prague last year as well. I say success, they finished 8th in the Prague tournament last year, but it's a venue that they clearly feel comfortable in. Kolobrzeg, the youngest team of this tournament, and the first Polish team to represent in the 3x3 World Tour final. So a wonderful accomplishment from the improving Polish outfit. Szymon Ruduk fires immediately for Kolobrzeg. Big P for Przemysław Ruduk battling on the inside. Szymon Ruduk gets the second shot to fall. Kolobrzeg in black and orange. NY Harlem in white and predominantly black with green trim. So Szymon Ruduk, SR44, can't get the shot to fall. Domo Jones, short on that shot attempt. Inside it goes to Szymon Ruduk, goes to the turnaround, and then the step through, the underhanded layup is in and out. So Super David Seegers, working the crossover, creates plenty of space. Can't find the shot. We mentioned his quickness before the ball was in play here. Very difficult cover. So Big P for Przemysław Ryduk puts up a two-pointer. Look at that for box-out technique by the shortest player in the tournament, Domo Jones. Sealed his man wonderfully and then drained the two ball from the corner. And that makes it NY Harlem 2, Kolobrzeg 1. Now that's up and down, surely. Traveling violation committed by Big P for Przemysław Ryduk. He went up with the ball, came back down with it, but there was Domo Jones from the corner pocket. Two ball is a good one. And that was after a spectacular example of box-out technique by the shortest player in the tournament. Domo Jones working on Renkiel, backing his man down, goes to the glass, too strong off the glass. Simon Ryduk, SR44, gives it to Renkiel, and then the quick feet from Domo Jones with the anticipation. Now tosses the ball up, whistle on the play. Domo Jones will go to the free throw line for one. Had a conversation with him this morning, and he says, okay, I'm a point guard, but he does whatever is needed to be done, as so many of the outstanding point guards do. We've seen him boxing out, seen him rebounding, seen him hitting a two ball. Unable to drain that free throw, the one-handed technique. So with just over a minute and 30 seconds gone, it is Kolobrzeg 1, NY Harlem 2. Simon Ryduk kicks out to Renkiel. Renkiel with a long-range one. Ties up things at 2 points apiece. Explosive drive and finish by Kevin Josie. Goes by the nickname of Kevjo. Przemysław Ryduk finds himself in a corner, and now it's a rugby ball in pursuit of that basketball. Jump ball signals the referee. Who does the possession arrow favor? It will favor the team who didn't start the basketball game with possession, and that is why NY have possession, as the possession arrow has gone in their favor.
Both teams with one team foul, 8 minutes and 2 seconds left in the game. Again, I am MC NoviSad, and I'm here with MC Kolobrzeg. We are your MCs and hosts.
So, conversations taking place as we take another look at the one-handed free throw technique of Domo Jones. So Domo Jones handling, Simon Ryduk on defensive duty. Domo Jones with another long-range two. Kolobrzeg are going to have to tighten up their defense in that regard, because he has burned them twice. Once from the corner, once from out towards the top of the key. NY Harlem lead Kolobrzeg by 3. Kolobrzeg 2, NY Harlem 5, courtesy of that two-pointer by Disco Domo Jones. Kevin Josie getting a hand on that particular ball, which was being handled by SR44 Simon Ryduk. Last touch by Ryduk. And he's, well, Kevjo eschewing playground etiquette there. He didn't check the ball and just went off dribbling. Now the check's complete. Kevjo sees a lane, goes to the drive. Foul called on Renkiel. Kevjo looked to have lost his footing there, and so maybe was bailed out. There you see it. Foot giving way beneath him on the surface. Still Renkiel called for the reach. Jones to the free throw line for one shot, which he makes. So Kolobrzeg 2, NY Harlem 6. 2.5 minutes gone in this opening Pool C game for NY Harlem. Kolobrzeg, remember, are 0-1 in pool play. A win is vital for them if they hope to progress. We've already seen Santos eliminated from Pool B, having gone 0-2, as Domo Jones can't get that two-point attempt to fall. Big P guarded by the barroom brawler. SR44 Reduk, Simon Reduk to the hoop. Domo Jones fighting to keep it alive. He's a member of the Harlem Globetrotters and he demonstrated his Harlem Globetrotter prowess there. Bullet pass! He was trying to find Edis Dersovic. But Dervisevic, excuse me, had a conversation with him about his preferred pronunciation this morning, and it's an ick rather than an itch on the end. Renkiel almost secured his own rebound, but I suspect he touched it last. So timeout on the floor. Just under 7 minutes to play, 6:47 to be precise, and it's NY Harlem who are leading by 2. Super Dave explodes off the floor with that shot, but he's short. Simon Rudu, more glass than rim on that two-point attempt. Domo Jones going to the crossover. He's guarded and working on young Camille Rudu, the youngest player in the tournament. Now it goes inside to Simon. Domo Jones gambles again, going for the foul. Excuse me, going for the steal. But the foul was committed on the ground. Simon Reduk driving on Kevjo. Kevin Josie was defending, but Simon Reduk got the shot to fall. Now, have a whistle. The referee not happy with something he's witnessed. More conversation will take place between the two officials just to get themselves on the same page. So with 3 seconds on the shot clock, Domo Jones pulled the trigger. He's saying the ball was checked, but it looks as though it's a shot clock violation. So 6 seconds remaining. Simon Reduk going to work on Kevin Josie. Quick hands from Josie. Domo Jones puts the shot up. The defender stayed in the cylinder, said the referee. Camille Reduk goes to the shot fake. Foul on the ground committed by David Seegers. So David Seegers takes a seat on the bench. Edis Diversovic checking back into the game. It was the fake and drive by Camille Reduk. Renkiel goes to the post move and gets the explosive move off the one leg to fall. Kolobrzeg 4, NY Harlem 6. Just over 5.5 minutes to go. Kevjo sees a lane, gets his own rebound, and gets the stick back to fall. Kolobrzeg 4, NY Harlem now 7, courtesy of that second effort stick back by Kevin Josie. 2-pointer drained by Simon Reduk brings Kolobrzeg back to within 1. Kolobrzeg 6, NY Harlem 7, with 5:27 to play in this Pool C matchup. So Kevjo goes right, met by Big P now, puts it inside to Diversovic. Nobody came to close the lane on Kevin Josie, so the one-legged runner in the lane was uncontested. NY Harlem 8, Kolobrzeg 6, 2 big bodies battling down low. Big P didn't recognize the shot clock was ticking down and offloaded to his teammate. He's frustrated. It's Pietro Renkiel. But Edis Diversovic was bumping and banging with Big P down in a low post to deny him good position. That's why he offloaded. We just saw another look at the 2-pointer from Simon Reduk. Domo Jones down the lane and gets the shot to fall. Shaking and baking, getting some daylight between himself and the rest of the defenders. Domo Jones makes it a 3-point lead for NY Harlem. Whistle on the play. NY Harlem called for the foul for tugging of the jersey. Simone Reduc, oh, beautiful one-handed layup. He went between the legs and then got it to go off the glass. Simone Reduc brings Kolobrzeg back to within 2. Kolobrzeg 7, NY Harlem 9. Shot clock was ticking down. Diversevic fired. Big P tries for the stick back and comes down with it. Nice catch by David Seeger. Oh, the fancy dribble move, and again, Harlem Globetrotter prowess in full effect. Big P just smothered him on the court surface. And then we see the dribble move, but Domo Jones lost his footing. Loose ball. Big P went in pursuit of it. David Seeger with the quickness, going off the one leg again to make it a 3-point advantage for NY Harlem. NY Harlem 10, Kolobrzeg 7, 4 minutes to play. Domo Jones initiates the contact. Rebound by Kolobrzeg. Camille Reduc asking for a screen. He puts it inside to Simone. As all 3 Reduc brothers on the court for Kolobrzeg. Kevin Josie keeps it alive, gets back into the lane, looks for contact against Big P. Camille Reduc eventually comes down with it. Simone Reduc for 2. Makes it a 1-point game. Kolobrzeg 9. NY Harlem 10. 3.5 minutes to go. Remember, Kolobrzeg need a victory here, as a Reduc sandwich is called for a foul. Now, technical foul is being called on Simone Reduc. He didn't like the call where he went over to assist his younger brother, expressed himself in vociferous and emphatic terms. The referee teed him up immediately. This was the 2-pointer from Simone Reduc that made it a 1-point game. But then his efforts on the following defensive play were too physical, according to the referee. He didn't like the call. He expressed his displeasure with it and was teed up immediately. So it will be a free throw and possession for NY Harlem. Kolobrzeg brought themselves back to within 1 after that deep 2-pointer by Simone Reduc to the free throw line to shoot the technical free throw will be Kevin Josie. Kolobrzeg just committed there. I now have 7 fouls, so are now in a penalty. Josie can't complete the free throw. The technical foul means that they have possession of the basketball. Josie for 2 in the corner. Diversevic went up to pull down the board, couldn't control. So Kolobrzeg will inbound from beyond the arc. So ball checked, Renkiel has it. Simone Reduc guarded by Kevin Josie, goes into the lane, keeps it himself, can't get the shooter's roll. Big P doing a terrific job on the offensive glass, ties things up at 10 points apiece, all square with 3 minutes to go. Spin move by Josie, doesn't fall. Simone Reduc, back iron, and again he tries it. Oh, and on a second effort, he drains it. Another connection from 2-point territory for SR44. Simone Reduc gives Kolobrzeg a 2-point advantage with 2 minutes 40 to play. Reduc from 2-point territory once more. Short, Kevin Josie with the rebound. He fires from 2-point territory. Back iron, rebound, Renkiel.
Number 3 in the corner. Oh, Big P.
Big P once again. He really has been a solid force down on the offensive glass. Terrific finish. No foul. Kevin Josie went hard to the glass and somehow got it to fall. Lots of contact down close to the basket. Kolobrzeg leading by 2. Kolobrzeg 13. And now this was the layup. Renkiel came to meet him. Hand was outstretched, it was at the top of his reach, but his touch was such that he still got the shot to fall. So Big P to the free throw line, gets his own rebound, goes to the spin move, puts up the right-handed shot, staying with it. Now who touched that basketball last? I think it's last touched by NY Harlem as Big P takes a seat on the bench. So it's Renkiel, Simon Reduk and Camille Reduk on the floor for Kolobrzeg. They lead by 2. Under 2 minutes to play now. Renkiel working on Domo Jones, gets to the hoop and gets the left-handed layup to fall with the quickness. Kolobrzeg leads by 3. Dversevic makes it a 2-point deficit that his team faced by answering immediately. Kevin Josie with a muscular ball, but then gives it away immediately. Simon Reduk took it straight back to the basket. He's asking for a foul, nothing doing, say the officials. Now remember, he's been teed up once. Simon Reduk, by remonstrating with the referee. Timeout on the floor. 1 minute 34 seconds remaining. Kolobrzeg leading by 2 in a game that it is crucial for them to win if they hope to extend their stay in this World Tour final. The first Polish team to represent at the World Tour final. They are 0-1 in pool play so far, but they're have their noses in front against NY Harlem, 14 points to 12.
4 pools with the top 2 teams from each pool will advance to the quarterfinals, which will be played tomorrow.
Remember, a substitution can only be made at a dead ball situation. Domo Jones. Now both teams in the penalty. So Kolobrzeg will go to the free throw line for 2 shots. It will be Piotr Renkiel, the 6th ranked player in Poland, who will go to the free throw line for 2 shots. So, can't connect on the first. Just running to get some assistance from the bench. It's rather humid here, so the palms of Piotr Renkiel may be a little bit moist. Makes the second. Off the glass, no less. Didn't know that banks were open at this time of night, but the bank shot was good. Terrific finish on the inside by Dversevic. So 1 minute 8 seconds remaining. NY Harlem in possession. They trail by 2. Kevin Josie drives, gets the left-handed layup to fall after he slithers his way down the lane. It's a 1-point game inside the final minute. Simon Reduk goes to the left hand. Big P with the rebound and drains the mid-range jump shot on the baseline. Terrific play by Big P. Kolobrzeg lead by 2. Kevjo initiates the contact, no call from the referee, back inside it goes to Big P, he knows where the hoop is, gets his own rebound, whistle on the play. Now that will be 2 free throws for Przemysław Reduk. Big P will go to the free throw line. Tallest, heaviest player on the Kolobrzeg outfit. Really does a terrific job in and around the boards. Still a 1-possession game though, as he cannot make that first free throw. Lung-busting effort has been put forth by all of these athletes here tonight. Hot, humid conditions. There is a nice cooling breeze coming in from the waterfront. But Big P 0 for 2. Super Dave for 2. Back iron. Dversevic fighting for it. It's into the hands of Renkiel. Less than 30 seconds to go. Kolobrzeg leading by 2. Big P. Back to Simon Riduk. Back iron. Dversevic with the board. Domo Jones for 2. Back iron. Who touched that last? So NY Harlem, as David Seeger takes a seat on the bench, Kevin Josie checks back in. 10 seconds remaining. NY Harlem trail by 2. Domo Jones goes to the handle. Pull up 2 is attempted. Back iron. Domo Jones come back with it. Kevjo from 2-point territory, too strong. And at the conclusion of 10 minutes of play, there is relief and now celebration among Kolobrzeg, because the Polish team secured their first win of pool play, and it was a crucial win because they were defeated in their opening pool encounter against Trbovlje, and they responded in magnificent fashion. They have prevailed by 2 points over NY Harlem, who were playing their first pool game, and by a score of 16 points to 14, Kolobrzeg have prevailed by just 2, and they keep their 2015 World Tour ambitions alive. And this is how they did it against NY Harlem. It was a hard-fought, scrappy affair. Simon Riduk was effective from the perimeter. And the increase in applause you can hear, because the next team out onto the court are Manila North, as we continue to enjoy the highlights from this game. Kevjo with some spectacular drives. Athletic, muscular guard. A shot from the perimeter. A spectacular one-legged effort from Simon Riduk. Piotr Renkiel with his usual bounce, getting to the basket and finishing with the left hand. Second effort is a solid one from Kevjo. Simon Riduk from the perimeter. Some nice shake and bake moves from the ball handling genius that is Domo Jones. David Seeger was asking for the foul. Simon Riduk again. Effective from downtown. His 2-pointers, crucial component of the 16 points they finally amassed. But Big P at the opposite end of the court, in close to the basket, really did work hard during the course of that game. When all the points were totaled up, what was a really hard-fought affair, it is Kolobrzeg, who now stand at 1-1 in their 2 pool matches, and that was the moment of victory, which gave them a 2-point margin over NY Harlem. Kolobrzeg 1-1 in their 2 pool games. NY Harlem are 0-1 in that their first encounter. Well, boos all around the arena here as Kranj are being introduced. The tournament number 5 seeds. They were sportingly applauded in their first encounter, which was a defeat to Doha, but they're receiving no love from the crowd here, because about to be introduced to the crowd are Manila North. And the Filipino spectators in the crowd are making their presence felt. Let's hear the introductions. Alvin Abueva, nicknamed the Beast. Muscle Man, Vic Manuel, introduced to the crowd. Listen to the round of applause for Troy Rosario as he's introduced to the crowd. The Manila North Quartet onto the court for the first time here at the 2015 FIBA World Tour Finals in Abu Dhabi. Well, there's a temporary roof over this outdoor court here in Abu Dhabi, and the noise that these spectators are making is threatening to lift it off ahead of this Pool D encounter between Manila North and Kranj. Manila North, who qualified after finishing second at the Manila Masters, their home tournament. Kranj, of course, qualified after winning the 3-on-3 Masters event in Prague. Well, the atmosphere, which has been terrific all evening long, has gone to another level now, because there's a large contingent of Filipino spectators in attendance here, and they are cheering on their heroes. Out onto the court for the second time tonight, are Kranj.
For all my people in Abu Dhabi,
what an atmosphere. And it's principally for those men in blue, Manila North, the lightest team of the tournament, weighing in at an average of just 89 kilograms, Manila North. Philippines, remember, just coming off a silver medal finish in this year's Asia Basket Championships. Lost out to China in the final. And it's Manila North wearing blue who have the first possession, as Julevic gets a hand on that ball to secure possession for Kranj straight away. Julevic now working on the left hand, spins into the lane, goes to the right-handed hook and finds the range. Then soon Julevic opens the scoring. Kranj lead by 1. Spinning his way into the lane before elevating, but not getting the shot to fall is a frustrated Cardahesa, and instead stung by a 2-pointer from Julevic. He has got all 3 points for Kranj, and it's a physical, feisty affair, this one, in the opening stages. Well, it's not an exaggeration to say that you can barely hear yourself think here. The noise being generated is terrific. To the free throw line for Manila North, Calvin Abueva. So Eugene, too strong. So Kranj lead by 3 to the free throw line. Will be Boris Yershin. So driving the lane, but nothing doing on the shot, but staying with it to get his own rebound was Abueva. Shot doesn't fall, but there's a whistle on the play, and Kranj have already amassed a fistful of fouls, and look at we talked about the physical nature of this game. Boris Yashin requiring some medical attention on the sidelines, perhaps to a blood injury. So Manila North open the scoring. Manila North 1, Kranj, they lead by 3. Inside it goes. Nice spin move and the finish! What a move on the inside! Troy Rosario exploding off 2 feet. And then another 2-pointer from Julevic. He has been terrific in this game so far. He has got 5 of the Kranj points. Sliding down the lane and then finishing at the hoop was Vic Manuel. And another 2-pointer. Hladnik from downtown. Interacting with the crowd, and this one is a boiling pot of an atmosphere, an absolute cauldron. Soaring to pull down that rebound. Carl De Heesa keeps it himself and gets the shot to fall. Kranj 8, Manila North 4. Oh my goodness. Now a player's being tossed here. Tossed out by the officials, Carl De Heesa. And he has to leave the arena. So desperate times for Manila North. There are 7 minutes 37 remaining. Now is that the infringement? That caused him to be ejected. He raised his elbow for this, well, raised his hands for the second time. We talked about the fact that emotion is high. The referees were on the spot. And he has been ejected. Carl De Heesa tossed out of the game. Manila North have 7 minutes 37 seconds to negotiate with just 3 players. No longer the full complement of 4. They're a man down. Carl De Heesa has to leave the arena after raising his hands in the direction of Yuri Eugene. So Kranj lead by a scoreline of 10 points to 4. And we have a double unsportsmanlike foul, I believe. Well, cooler heads going to have to prevail here. Because Manila North and Kranj just in danger of letting the emotions spill over. From Carl De Heesa's point of view, that's already happened, and he's been ejected as a result. Wonderful finish on the inside by Yuri Eugene. So Kranj 11, Manila North 9, just over 7 minutes to go in his Pool D game. Inside to Vic Manuel. Can't get the shot to fall. AlWahda was in pursuit of it. So timeout on the floor. Manila North reduced to just 3 players. This will be a welcome respite for them. Good conditions, but hot conditions that these athletes are competing in here on this opening day of play of the 2015 FIBA 3x3 World Tour Final. Fans up on their feet in many parts of the arena here. We're on the shores of the Arab Gulf. There is a prevailing cooling breeze coming across. Hasn't affected the shooters too much this evening. We have seen lots of long-range work. This is a whistle away from the ball before that shot was put up, and it's called on Vic Manuel. So Manila North called for their 4th team foul as Calvin AlWahda takes it away. So Manuel drives the lane, gets the finish. And unsurprisingly, it is cheered enthusiastically. But Yure Ergen with the 2. Boris Yershin called for the foul. Kranj, with 6.5 minutes to play, lead by 7. Kranj 13, Manila North 6. Manila North down to just 3 players as Vic Manuel goes to work in the lane. Troy Rosario gets the layup to fall on the interior. They reduce the deficit. Terrific play by Kladnik. He's turning to the crowd and saying, what? Yeah, bring it on. I want more of that because it makes me play better. Jaka Kladnik with a spectacular pull-up 2 makes it an 8-point advantage. But the beast, Calvin AlWahda, answers with a 2-pointer of his own. Manila North back to within 6. Kladnik with another 2. Back iron. Rebound secured by Vic Manuel and bodies clattering to the court as though we're at a bowling alley. Boos reverberating all around the arena. But Vic Manuel cleared out his opponent. Let's see if we can take a look at how he did it. Called for the offensive foul. And so possession goes to Kranj. Inside to Ergen. Ergen with the finish on the inside. Kranj approaching the 21-point winning total. AlWahda can't get the long-range shot to fall. He receives it on the perimeter and makes a spectacular layup. Julevic makes the reception with the one hand. Kicks it out to Yershin. Yershin long on that shot. Rebound secured by Manuel. Julevic takes it away. Fires from 3. Short on the shot now. That's a grappling contest that's taking place beneath the basket between Ergen and Manuel. And it continues once more away from the basketball, but we have a call for 3 seconds. Ergen too long in the painted area. Turnover is the result. Manila North will have the basketball. So just under 5 minutes to play in this Pool D encounter. Oh, that is a deep 2 right in the eyes of his defender. Calvin AlWahda brings Manila North back to within 4. Ergen up strong. Fouled on the play by Calvin AlWahda. The crowd don't like it, nor does the man nicknamed the Beast. But it will send Yure Ergen to the free throw line as Kranj look to extend their lead, and they do so. It is back out to 5. Kranj closing in on the winning 21-point total. But it's non-stop here because AlWahda has just been fouled on a 2-point attempt. That'll send him to the free throw line for 2. Kranj 17, Manila North 12. And the crowd making their presence felt once again in what is an absolutely magnificent atmosphere. AlWahda can't hit the first. Can't hit either, but Manila North come down with the rebound. Finished on the inside by Troy Rosario. Answered immediately. Kladnik takes a bow because he drains another long-range 2-pointer. And Kranj are within 1 possession of hitting the 21-point winning total. Inside to Manuel. He clears out, gets the shot to fall. So 4 minutes 25 seconds remaining. Kranj 19, Manila North 14. 2-pointer from Julevic. Rim shot, rebound secured by Ergen. Whistle on the play. Manila North in the penalty situation. Yure Ergen can put this game on ice here. He goes to the free throw line for 2 shots. Can't convert the first. Makes the second, and now Kranj within one of the 21-point winning total. You've backed them to get it. Manila North would have to score 7 unanswered points if they hope to prevail in this game. They may get 2 here, as AlWahda fired a 2. The give and go, and he gets the finish and will go to the free throw line for one more. Spectacular play. Give and go between AlWahda and his teammate. There was the give, there was the reception, and the finish. But AlWahda can't make the first. His team need these in a big way. Penalty situation, so it's 2 free throws at the line. Makes the second. But Kranj within one of ending this game early. Julovic goes to the jump hawk, it's an air ball. AlWahda for 2, fakes the 2, puts it inside. Manuel can't finish. Excuse me, I said it was Manuel, it was Rosario. Again, desperate pursuit of the basketball. Timeout on the floor. Manila North trailing by 4. Well, they're being encouraged wonderfully here by their supporters, Manila North. But they have got to produce a big finish, composed of dead-eye shooting and swarming defense if they hope to prevail in this game. And the crowd's love for the Philippines evident, because every effort they have put forth on the court, Manila North, has been cheered enthusiastically. There's one defensive stop, they need several more. Will they elect to go for 2-pointers? Inside it goes. AlWahda working the low post effectively. He closes to within 3. Ergin goes to the spin move, gets to the glass. This game is over. Kranj 21, Manila North 17. This game ends with 3 minutes 17 remaining. And Kranj are asking the question, what? What? Despite your support, we have prevailed, and they have done so by reaching the 21-point winning total with 3 minutes 21 seconds to go. In a competitive, atmospheric, hard-fought affair, it was physical. Kranj, the tournament number 5 seed, have prevailed over Manila North, the number 12 seed, by 4. Final score, Kranj 21, Manila North 17.
ومن كل مجموعة فريقين راح يتأهلوا للغد.
Next on the court, we're gonna have another great show from the Dunking Devils. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, Manila North is playing later tonight again. We will end first day of the competition with another game played by Manila North. This time, it will be decisive in order to find out if they can qualify for the quarterfinals. Don't forget, the quarterfinals are going to be played tomorrow. We start again here at the Nation Tower Square at 6 p.m. So we are waiting for all of you again tomorrow here.
Yes, Team Manila North is going to be playing again for our last game at 11:10 p.m. versus Team Doha. So you guys stick around. We're also going to have the slam dunk qualifier, okay? Are y'all still with us? If y'all still here, let me hear you say yeah. Let me hear you say yeah. Isapa, let me hear you say yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Mabuhay ng Pilipinas.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, you've seen them before. They were great. They were putting on a show for us here in Abu Dhabi. Once again, make some noise for the Dunking Devils. Come on, everybody, make some noise. The Dunking
So as we take a look at the results of the pool phase, you can see that Kranj have won both of their pool games, so they will go through to the quarter-final stages guaranteed. From Pool D, 2 games played, 2 victories. That was the first game for Manila North, but Kranj, perfect in pool play. They will go through to the knockout stages. That's a correction. Kranj, of course, lost their opening game. Excuse me. Kranj lost their opening game to Doha, so not yet through to the quarter-final stages, having 1 win and 1 loss. They didn't prevail in their opening game. They lost to Doha by 3, so 1-1 in pool play so far. And that has been the result for the 3 teams who have played 2 games. Other than Santos, who are most certainly out, having played 2 in Pool B and lost both encounters. But Kranj in Pool D, 1-1, Kolobrzeg in Pool C, 1-1, and Rio from Pool A, 1-1. Up next, NoviSad AlWahda, who could post that perfect record of 2-0 as they prepare to take on Vilnius, the number 9 seed from Lithuania. And the Lithuanian outfit in their second ball game lost on a buzzer beater to Rio. So a victory is crucial for them here if they hope to progress through to the knockout stages. Vilnius versus NoviSad AlWahda, the reigning champions, in just a few moments' time.
Hey!
see if they can dunk with somebody standing on the rim. No way. Rejected. Oh, that was a butt block, I think. That was a butt block. Are you kidding me? Come on, ladies and gentlemen, we need your support. We need your time. Come on, we want to hear you. Abu Dhabi, are you here to make some noise? The dunking devils, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see what's next. The Dunkin' Devils.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Woo! Come on, ladies and gentlemen. They want to try it again, but they need you. Come on, we can hear you. There you go. This is what I'm talking about. Come on, more noise. More noise. This is the nation's own square. We want to hear you from everywhere. Are you kidding me? That was sick and nasty once again.
Let's see what they do next. All right, he's back on the rim. Oh, now he's riding the backboard, behind the backboard. Oh, what a soft landing.
The dunking devils, at least two of them, are out there on the backboard.
Don't try this at home. Back, back. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh!
The dunking devils, ladies and gentlemen.
Everybody give it up one last time for the Dunkin' Devils! All right, we are now up to our final 4 games, and we also have the Slam Dunk Contest Qualifier coming up for you guys tonight.
So in just a few moments' time,
At the FIBA 3x3 World
we will return to Pool A as NoviSad AlWahda, undefeated in their opening game, or perfect in their opening game. Dominant victory over Rio, prepare for their second pool game against Vilnius. They lost a heartbreaker to Rio, so everything's still up for grabs. The defending champions will want to go through in emphatic fashion. They can do so with a victory. Santos are most certainly out at this stage from Group B, having conceded their opening 2 games. But everything else, we have parity. 1-1 for the table-topping teams who have played 2 games to this point. So 4 more games to come here on this opening day of the 2015 FIBA 3x3 World Tour Final, as Vilnius are introduced to the crowd. Remember, they lost on a buzzer beater at the hands of Santos, at the hands of Rio in their opening pool game. 20 points to 18 on a Motta 2-pointer. How will they respond here?
The reigning champions, NoviSad AlWahda from UAE. Number 3, Marco San-Siro.
So the tournament #1 seeds and defending champions, NoviSad AlWahda, introduced to the crowd.
Number 5, Marco San-Siro. And number 6, Lucia, the bulletproof. Let's get up for NoviSad AlWahda.
So the team just going through their final warm-ups ahead of what is the second pool game for both of them. Victory crucial for Vilnius, having conceded their opening pool game in heartbreaking fashion. No such problems for NoviSad AlWahda during their opening game. A dominant victory over Rio by a scoreline of 22 points to 8. That is how Rio finished 1-1. That's what Vilnius are trying to achieve. NoviSad AlWahda looking to go through with a perfect 2-0 record, a clean slate through to the quarterfinals. So their destiny very much in their own hands. If we happen to have a three-way tie with all three teams in Pool A, tied on 1 win apiece, then points scored would be the first criteria of tiebreaker. And bearing in mind that NoviSad AlWahda reached the 21-point winning total by scoring 22 on their final 2-pointer, one would suspect that Santos would be eliminated, having only scored 8 during the course of that defeat. But as we get this game underway, NoviSad AlWahda can make that academic by securing a victory here. But Vilnius start well. Vitaly Luksha goes inside and gets the layup to 4. 2 points attempted by Marco Jadero. Sub-zero can't connect. Luksha going to work on him. He has the size advantage using that big body, and 2 offenses, 2 scores, both of them on the interior for Vitaly Luksha. Proving unstoppable to this point. So Bullet offloads to Jadero. Jadero for 2. So that ties things up at 2 points apiece. And it was Jadero who hit. Remember, Jadero was scored on twice from power moves on the inside by Vitaly Luksha. But I'm sure he'd happily trade 2 in the low post for 2 the old-fashioned way. And Luksha is proving unstoppable at the moment. 3 offenses. They've gone to the hot hand of Vitaly Luksha every time, and he hasn't let them down, exploiting the size mismatch ruthlessly. Bulut can't connect from downtown. Low percentage shot, of course. We have a whistle on the play. So second team foul called on NoviSad AlWahda. Baranauskas broken up by quick hands by Savic, who then intelligently bounced it off the legs of Baranauskas and then secured the loose ball. What a terrific play. Around the perimeter, shot clock was ticking down. Majstorovic is long on the shot, coming hurtling after it was Jadero. But it's last touched by NoviSad AlWahda. Vilnius have made a bright start to this game, one which they have to win if they're to retain any ambitions of making the knockout stages. Luksha tried to offload after he was met by a physical defensive effort by Dusan Bulut. So the shot clock is down at 4. And it's fired up immediately from the perimeter. It draws iron, hurtling after it. Was Darius Tavides. He can't reel it in. So inside it goes to Bullet. Nice touch pass, but rejected on the inside by Tarvidas. Beautiful finish on a driving layup by Varanauskas. Vilnius lead by 2. Vilnius 4. NoviSad AlWahda 2. With 7 minutes 50 to go. Inside it goes to Luksha once again. Can't get it to fall on this occasion. Gets his own rebound. In and out. Rebound eventually hauled in by Savic for NoviSad AlWahda. Bulut sees a gap, drives the lane, goes to the left, can't get the range. So Tarvidas offloads to Luksha. Traveling violation. Too many steps without bouncing the basketball. Called on the Vilnius big man. 2.05 meters tall, the tallest player on the Vilnius team. Inside it goes, and the finish by Majstorovic. NoviSad AlWahda back to within 1. So that's the 3rd foul called on NoviSad AlWahda. Bullet unfairly impeded the progress of Ovidius Varanauskas. Tarvidas takes it way out to the corner, going one-on-one against Majstorovic. Doesn't go inside 2-point territory, pulls up, but short on the shot. Rebound secured by NoviSad AlWahda. Majstorovic working on Tarvidas now. Goes to the jab step, pulls up in the lane. Too strong, gets his own rebound. Brand new shot clock for NoviSad AlWahda. Wide open on the inside, and now on the perimeter is Jadero. Oh, beautiful offense from NoviSad AlWahda. Patience. They punished Vilnius' attempt to double team and found a wide open player on the perimeter who duly drained the 2-pointer. NoviSad AlWahda have got their noses in front for the first time. NoviSad AlWahda 5, Vilnius 4. Savic stays with it, gets his own rebound, goes to the spin, count the basket. Terrific effort from Marko Savic, and now goes to the free throw line for the opportunity to add one more. We have a timeout on the floor. 6 minutes, 23 seconds remaining. Vilnius now trailing NoviSad AlWahda by 2. When we return from the timeout, it'll be Marko Savic to the free throw line for 1. Marko Jadero was scored upon early by the bigger Vitali Luksha. And that's how he was answering with long-range shot. He answered with a long-range shot from the perimeter. Varanauskas sliced his way to the lane for the left-handed finish. So to the free throw line, looking to complete a 2-point play, is Marko Savic, the number 3 ranked player in the world. Can't get it to fall, but the rebound falls into his hands. The Luksha couldn't grasp it. Wonderful use of the body by Marko Savic. Held out his left hand, made sure he finished with the right hand to keep the width of the body between himself and the defender. No chance for Vilnius to get a hand on the basketball. NoviSad AlWahda lead by 3. So, new shot clock after that ball was kicked. Varanauskas into the lane, pulls the trigger, skying up for the rebound, but not coming down with it. It's Gedrius Marchukaitis. So Bullet fakes the long range 2. The advantage in quickness over Luksha. Fighting for the board was Majstorovic, but Vilnius control. Varanauskas. Inside it goes to Luksha, makes the catch, goes to the power dribble, retains control, beat the shot clock, but Vilnius can't get it to fall. Just over 5.5 minutes to play. NoviSad AlWahda leading in a tight one. NoviSad AlWahda 7, Vilnius 4. Jadero to Savic, just above the free throw line. Shot clock violation is the call. Strong defensive stance put together by Vilnius. And the number 1 seeds not having it all their own way here. So Savic fakes the shot, gets into the lane, keeps it himself, and gets the remarkable layup to fall. NoviSad AlWahda with the finish. Now we are out of bounds, so that shot, even though it went through the hoop, will not count. Here's a nice layup finish from Savic. But the ensuing 2 points that followed, no good. The player was out of bounds. Bullock goes to the fadeaway, drains it right in the face. That's some strong defense from Baranauskas. Fadeaway too good. Trapped under the hoop, but staying with it effectively and then asking for the foul. It's Vitaly Luksha. Vilnius trailing by 4. Vilnius 5, NoviSad AlWahda 9, make it 5 as Dusan Bulut, who had 10 points in the opening game, well on the way to being the tournament's top scorer here. Nice finish on the inside, Baranauskas. He keeps Vilnius within 4.5 minutes to play. Vilnius 6, NoviSad AlWahda 10. Leading scorer for the tournament so far is Jure Ergen with 15 points across 2 games, but given that this man with the basketball, Bullock, amassed 10 in his opening game, one would suspect that he's well on the way to taking that mantle after this second completed full game. So to the free throw line for 1 is Bullock, number 1 ranked player in the world. And he makes it to extend NoviSad AlWahda's lead out to 5. Vilnius 6, NoviSad AlWahda 11, and working the handle, going behind the back and then backing down his man. Getting trapped beneath the basket was Tadvidas, but eventually stuck home. Persistence rewarded. Vilnius remain within touching distance. Vilnius 7, NoviSad AlWahda 11, as Bullock blows by his man, but then blows the finish as well. Terrific change of pace on the stutter step from Bullock. Couldn't convert the finish. Tadvidas working on Majstorovic, dances down the lane and gets the shot to fall. Vilnius hanging around, chipping away at the advantage built up by the number 1 seeds and reigning world champions. Bullock going to work on Baranauskas, into the lane, beats the shot clock and beats the defense as well. Dusan Bulut putting on a clinic down there and then comes away with the ball after the pass was beyond the outstretched arm of Luksha. Inside it goes to Savic. He hooks his player. Oh, now what's the call? I think he was caught. So 3 minutes, 12 seconds remaining. We have a timeout. NoviSad AlWahda leading by a score of 13 points to 8.
This is the FIBA 3x3 World Tour live in Abu Dhabi.
So to the free throw line, Marko Savic for 1 shot. So can't get the shot to fall. Vilnius looking to erode a 5-point deficit. The shot from Tarbvidas well short. Savic, oh, shakes his man, goes to the left hand, puts up the shot, but well recovered on the defensive end by Darius Tarbvidas. Nice catch on the inside by Luksha from the perimeter. The shot clock ticking down to 3 was Tarbvidas. Out of bounds, despite the quick hands demonstrated by Darius Tarbvidas. Poked the ball out of the grasp of Marco Guerrero. Then when he retrieved the basketball, his feet were straddling the sideline. So Bullock for 2 and bottoms it to move NoviSad AlWahda out to a commanding lead. It is now 7. and they are closing in on the 21-point winning total for the second game in succession. Vilnius 8, NoviSad AlWahda 15, and this is how they arrived at 15 points. Bullock training the long range 2. Very alert on the inside from Marciukaitis. Bullock puts it inside. Majstorovic back out to Bullock once again, short on the shot. Rebound pulled down by Ljubljana. Baranauskas finds his way through the lane, puts up the shot, too much contact on the defensive effort from NoviSad AlWahda. He was shooting, so it will be a trip to the free throw line for Ovidius Baranauskas. NoviSad AlWahda trailing by 6. Can't get the free throw. Inside it goes to Savic, out to Bullock for 2. Rim shot, rebound secured by Majstorovic. Jumps to pass, finds Savic. Savic guarded by Tarvidas. Skip passes around the perimeter to a wide open Majstorovic. The ball did not touch the ground. That is a wonderful offense by the world #1 team. Gets his own rebound, does Tarvidas, went up strong. Got the two-handed layup to fall. Inside it goes to Savic, and the teams are trading baskets now, which is what Vilnius really cannot afford to be doing because they're trailing by 7. They need to get some unanswered points, and here's 2 of them. From Marciukaitis, they've reduced the deficit to 5, but the worrying thing from their point of view is that NoviSad AlWahda are on 17 with still a minute to play. So if they continue to trade baskets, but here was that gorgeous offense. An alley-oop below the rim. Majstorovic, the grateful recipient, the ball didn't touch the ground. That puts them in a commanding position of what is a 5-point lead, because Marciukaitis nailed a long range 2 to reduce their advantage by 2. Here's a look from another angle. Delightful team basketball. So just over a minute to play. Vilnius look as though they're heading out of this tournament at the pool stage. Youngest team in the tournament, but there's an answer. Hanging around with that long range 2 from Baranauskas. Bullock working the lane against Ljubljana, gets the hoop, takes the hit, and will now go to the free throw line to try and add 1 more. So the lead for NoviSad AlWahda is out to 4. Head fake, eye fake, terrific absorption of contact. Makes the basketball with the right hand away from the outstretched arm of Ljubljana and completes the 2-point play. NoviSad AlWahda leading by 5. Vilnius with another possession. Tarvidas can't get the shot to fall. Eventually into the hands of Bullock. Majstorovic finds Bullock. Will they go for the 21 points for the second match in succession? And they've done it on another 2-pointer. NoviSad AlWahda, the tournament #1 seeds, the reigning defending world champions, through to the knockout stages by breaching the 21-point winning total for the second game in succession. They have eliminated Vilnius, who came into this tournament undefeated by going 5-0 to their win in Lausanne. But they have fallen to 2 consecutive pool defeats here. The first, a heartbreaker to Rio, 20 points to 18. And now at the hands of the tournament #1 seeds, NoviSad AlWahda, through to the quarter-final stages, courtesy of a comfortable 7-point victory. Final score, which eliminates Vilnius from the tournament: Vilnius 14, NoviSad AlWahda 21. So Vilnius took to the court, needing a win to extend their stay here at the 2015 World Tour final. And they got off to a brilliant start. Ljubljana took advantage of the size mismatch over Jadero. But then NoviSad AlWahda came back in impressive fashion. They started hitting shots from the perimeter. Marco Jadero with the touch from the outside. Marko Savic going to work on the inside. That and one. Made some spectacular baskets during the course of that.
Once again, Abu Dhabi, are you having a good time here tonight?
Did Savic. Bullet, well, he was hitting from all over the court.
Destination Tower Square. We have 3 more games left.
Bullet came in with 10 points from his opening pool game. He was hitting from downtown, from inside, on layups from the free throw line. Another all-court performance, and that was an absolutely delightful offense from NoviSad AlWahda. Every player touching the ball not touching the floor. And Bullet shot his way to another 10-point haul in this second pool victory. This time, Vilnius were the victims, and he proved unstoppable for the second game in succession. 21 points to 14, the final score in the favor of NoviSad AlWahda. Dusan Bullet came away with 10 points. Marko Savic was the second top scorer with 5. Marko Jadero came away with 4 points, and Dejan Majstorovic 2. Another all-round team performance. And for Vilnius, who were eliminated with 14 points, their top scorer was Vitaly Ljubljana at 5, just behind him Valinauskas with 4, Trbovlje with 2, Marcin Kutes with a single with 3 points during the course of that game. Vitaly Ljubljana outstanding on the interior. But their efforts not enough, and they will be eliminated at the pool stage. NoviSad AlWahda through to the quarterfinals with a perfect record in Pool A, 2 games played and 2 victories.
Number 4, Yasmin, Basket, Number 5, Trbovlje, and number 6,
So out onto the court in Pool B are Ljubljana and Denver. Both of these teams won their opening pool matches. So critical to this point. Santos, remember, already eliminated, so these teams know that they are through. As the loser of this game will leave with a 1-1 record. As we take a look at the foursome for Denver. 10 points to 9. They beat Santos in their opening game, a low-scoring affair, but he was spectacular on the defensive end. Marcus King-Stockton. So both of these teams through to the final 8, because Santos, with an 0-2 record in Pool B, have already been eliminated. But they'll most certainly want to get themselves into the winning habit. It was a far more comfortable opening pool game for Ljubljana, 17 points to 9 over the same defeated Brazilian Santos. We saw the full repertoire of the Birdman on the defensive end, from 2-point territory, on the inside as well. So to get things underway, it will be Ljubljana. In blue, they will have the first possession. So the Iceman, guarded by Griffin. He puts it inside to Kajc. Now it's back to the Iceman. Fakes the 2, sees a lane, takes it up strong, perhaps had the lane, but kicked it out. Čajč from 2, short on the shot, gets his own rebound. The Iceman has it now. Herzegovata fires from the perimeter. Kyle's got a touch to keep it alive and now has possession after receiving the ball from King Stockton. Explosive drive on the baseline from Paris Kyles. Foul called on Čajč. Tomo Čajč. Griffin with the finish. He opens the scoring to give Denver a 1-point game. A 1-point lead. Denver 1, Ljubljana yet to score. Inside it goes to Birdman. Fakes the shot. The Iceman fires from the perimeter. Back iron into his own hands. Bounce pass finds Čajč. He fakes out Griffin and gets the shot to fall. So we are tied at 1 point apiece. This Pool B matchup. Griffin offloads to Kyles. Kyles for 2. Back iron. Kyles gets his own board. Now why on earth didn't Čajč take that down? Taking it up strong. Looking to send a message was the King. Marcus King Stockton saw his fellow big man in the vicinity. Went to hammer it down on top of him. He's been fouled in the act. It was the offload. And it was the intent from King Stockton. Short on the free throw. It's Ljubljana who have possession. Keeps it himself and a wonderful finish from Yasmin Herzegovata, 5th ranked player in the world. Now he's guarding Kyles. Kyles goes left and almost shakes his defender. Goes to the pull-up over the outstretched arm of the Birdman. Blaž Kresnal. The high arcing shot. Drained from Kyles. Shot clock ticking down. Kresnal tries to answer.
Team foul, number 1.
So foul will send Čajč to the free throw line to break this deadlock, which is currently at 2 points apiece. So Tomo Čajč, 30-year-old, 6th ranked player in the world, breaks the deadlock. Ljubljana lead by 1. Ljubljana 3, Denver 2. 2 minutes gone in this Pool B game. Air ball on that particular shot from Griffin. Griffin for 2. Rim shot and then gets his own rebound. Lack of activity evident on 2 rebounds now from Ljubljana. On one occasion, Čajč boxed out his own man but didn't hustle after the ball, and coming in from the perimeter with the person who shot the ball, and we saw similar happen there. So good intensity being shown by Denver. We have a tied basketball game at 3 points apiece. As Aleš Kunc goes to work on Kyles, turns around, gets his legs beneath him. King Stockton got a hand on the basketball but couldn't control. So Ljubljana will have it from the perimeter. Herzegovata puts it inside to Kunc. Herzegovata, 2-pointer. Oh, wonderful tip-in from the Birdman. Blaž Kresnal extending a lengthy right hand to tip that ball home and give Ljubljana a 1-point lead. Ljubljana with the rejection. A wonderful sequence from the Birdman, the tallest player in the tournament at 2.16 meters, making his presence felt there with the offensive tip-in, and then followed that play with a rejection. Wonderful touch on the offensive glass, and then extended to make a block after that. Wonderful quickness from Herzegovata, blowing by his defender to get the baseline layup to roll, to fall on the reverse. Inside it goes. Kunc, muscled off the ball by Griffin. Corey Campbell working on Kunc, takes it up with the right hand. Oh, hammered down! King Stockton following up and gets the throwdown in the most emphatic fashion. Shot attempted behind the baseline by Kunc. The referee was wise to it. But King Stockton with his alertness, nobody put a body on him. And a 2.08 meter Marcus King Stockton came flying in unaccosted to hammer home the 2-pointer. And keep Denver within touching distance. There's the anticipation, there's the elevation, and the long arm of Marcus King Stockton throwing down that shot to bring Denver within one.
DK takes out the ball, gets it to Corey Campbell. Corey Campbell, holding the ball, pulls up, off the back, oh, that's that shooter's touch.
So the friendly roll ties this game up at 5 points apiece. Corey Campbell with the touch, but Čajč comes right back. Put Ljubljana out to a 6 points to 5 lead. So the long 2-pointer. Makes it Ljubljana 8, Denver 5. Kyles sees the lane, takes it up with the left, gets his own rebound, sets himself, offloads to Griffin, around to Campbell. Campbell firing under shot pressure from an expiring shot clock. Can't find the range. Griffin went hustling after it, couldn't retain control. So 5 minutes 43 seconds remaining in this Pool B matchup, a game where both teams have qualified. Griffin with a spectacular 2-pointer.
Score is 7-16. Denver score is 7-6.
So the score has been corrected here. Denver with that 2 leading by a score of 7 points to 6. 5.5 minutes remaining. Punts off right. Kyles with the rebound. Kyles goes between the legs. He shakes off Čajč. Couldn't get the shot to fall. Back inside it goes to Punts. Out to Kresnar, who settles for a long 2 and bottoms it. King Stockton was advancing but didn't get there quickly enough. And that 2-pointer puts Ljubljana up by 1, but Denver answer immediately in the form of Corey Campbell. It is tied at 8 with 5 minutes 7 seconds remaining in this Pool B game. Both teams through to tomorrow's quarterfinals, so looking to extend their winning records they've brought to begin the pool phase of this 2015 World Tour final. Kyles guarding Čajč. It goes inside to Kresnar, who has a terrific height advantage and exploits it efficiently and ruthlessly over Corey Campbell. Kyles sees the lane, tries to offload to King Stockton. The ball is caught up between the legs of the taller players. It will be Denver possession from beyond the arc. 4 seconds remaining on this shot clock, but there was the recognition of the mismatch. It's all very well recognized, but Kresnar did a terrific job exploiting it on that occasion. Griffin with another high-arcing 2-point attempt. Doesn't get it to fall on that occasion. Ljubljana lead by 1. Griffin guarding Čajč. Čajč going to work in the low block, shakes off his man, can't get it to fall. King Stockton with the rebound. So King Stockton looking for an outlet. Corey Campbell eventually coming to his aid. The shot clock's down to 3. Corey Campbell has to fire from 2-point territory. Rim shot, but hustles after it to get his own rebound, then loses his footing. Fires for 2 again. Kuntz with the board. He sealed his man. Nobody comes out to guard Čajč, but still Čajč can't find the range, and that's why he shakes his head. Up strong goes Griffin. The right-handed layup is a good one. We are tied at 9 points apiece. So Denver, characteristically scrappy and competitive in their opening encounter, a 1-point win over Santos, 10 points to 9. Going to surpass that total here, but it's another nip and tuck affair. This time it's Ljubljana who are on the opposite side of the ball. So timeout on the floor. 3 minutes 57 seconds remaining. We are tied at 9. Kunz trying to work on Kyle, but Kyle stands strong. The long range 2. Drained by Krasnov. And that makes it a 2-point advantage for Ljubljana. Inside to King Stockton. Kunz got a hand on it. Kyle's kept it alive. Shot clock down to 1. Air ball, and so it will be a shot clock violation. Good defensive effort by Ljubljana on that particular offense of Denver. So 3 minutes, 32 seconds remaining. Ljubljana leading Denver by 2. Ljubljana, 2013 champions. Hiles skids along, but no travel is called. King Stockton with a long 2 with the shot clock down to around 3. Griffin with the big board. So Griffin working on Krasnov, gets to the lane. He got a hand on the ball. It was a strong hand too from Herzegovina. He's called for the foul. It's the 13th foul on Ljubljana. So to the free throw line for 1 will go Derek Griffin, nicknamed the Vanilla Gorilla. I asked him about that nickname, and apparently it's the name of a smoothie. It was bestowed upon him in his absence by Corey Campbell. By the time he returned for the next tournament, it was announced as the Vanilla Gorilla, and he's stuck ever since. So Kajc has it taken away. He offloads to Herzegovina. Rim shot on the rebound. Krasnov got a hand on it, but it ball goes into possession of Denver. Kyles, the long range 2. Krasnov with the board. Both teams securing the knowledge that they have progressed. Playing a patient brand of basketball is Kajc with the 2-pointer in the eye of the advancing defender. Extends Ljubljana's lead to 3. King Stockton fires a 2. Kajc reels it in. Inside it goes to Krasnov. Height advantage. And exploits it once again. Very good recognition by Ljubljana. Griffin, nothing he could do once he found himself sealed that close to the basket. Post-up move was an effective one by Blaz Krasnov. So he'll go to the free throw line, trying to complete a 2-point play. That's how he did it. Good recognition by Ljubljana to get him the basketball. Krasnov completing the job by finishing. So Blaz Krasnov completes the 2-point play. Ljubljana lead Denver by 5. Denver 10, Ljubljana 15. With 2 minutes, 22 seconds remaining in this Pool B game. Santos, bottom of this group with a record of 0-2 in their completed encounters. Kyles being guarded by Herzegovina, who stays with him every step of the way. Acrobatic shot attempt put up by Kyles, nothing doing. Ljubljana with possession. Kajc tried to offload to a streaking Kunz, but couldn't find his teammate. Corey Campbell goes to the right hand. King Stockton with a terrific play. Goes flying over the back of Kajc. No throw down on this occasion, but got the layup to 4. Herzegovina knifes his way down the lane and gets the right-handed layup to 4. Corey Campbell long on the shot. Kyles with the rebound and gets the jump hook to go on the interior. Denver 12, Ljubljana 16. 1.5 minutes to play. Herzegovina putting that strong body to work down in the low post, going up against an equally strong PK Kyles. It's Herzegovina with the ball now. Inside it goes to Kunz. He's guarded by Campbell. Turns around. I'm sure he walked on that occasion, but he gets the benefit of the call. So we'll go to the free throw line for 1 shot. This another putback. Wonderful touch exhibited around the hoop by Marcus King Stockton. So Kunz with the free throw extends Ljubljana's lead to 5. 1 minute 10 seconds remaining. Denver 12, Ljubljana 17. But remember, both teams through to the quarter-final stage, and Denver haven't given up this one yet. Derek Griffin with the long range 2 brings Denver back to within 3. Kunz goes to the turnaround. King Stockton with the board. Corey Campbell has it now. Guarded by Čajč, going to work on him with the dribble. Shake and bake between the legs, gets to the hoop, can't get the shot to fall. King Stockton with a terrific effort to break up the outlet pass. Denver have possession. Corey Campbell for two. Kresnal with the board. 3 2-points are attempted by Čajč, relatively early in the shot clock as well. Denver not out of this by any means. Skund makes the tag for a substitution, but Herzegovata wasn't too quick to get up off the bench. So a timeout's been called. And it's a 3-point game. A game in which we've seen some wonderfully spectacular plays. Denver still very much in this one. As the players re-emerge back out onto the floor. At the conclusion of this timeout, it is Denver trailing by 3. They have possession. Denver 14, Ljubljana 17. 28 seconds to go. Corey Campbell, ordered by Čajč. Goes to work, dribble right, gets to the hoop with a jump stop, and gets it to fall. Denver 15, Ljubljana 17. We're inside the final 13 seconds. We've got what? A 5-second differential between shot clock and game clock. Corey Campbell picks the pocket, takes it away. Denver can tie here. Kyles for 2, in and out. Final effort will be after the buzzer. Well, PK Kyles showed his clutch qualities in a previous Masters event when he hit 2 buzzer beaters against NY Harlem. And he almost did it again there. But at the conclusion of 10 minutes of play in Pool B, it is Ljubljana who progressed through to the knockout stages undefeated, courtesy of their second pool victory. This time Denver were the victims, but it was a tight, closely fought, competitive affair. Final score, Denver 15, Ljubljana 17. Both teams through to tomorrow's knockout stages in the quarterfinals. But Ljubljana go through with a perfect 2-0 record. Denver 1-1. Santos eliminated after dropping both their pool games earlier in the evening. So we're enjoying the highlights from that game. Tip-ins around the hoop. Laz Kresnal demonstrating his touch. Touche, said Marcus King Stockton. No touch, plenty of force. Or the touch was a forceful one from the Houston resident big man. Threw that one down with absolute authority. Eric Griffin with a high arcing 2-pointer. Laz Kresnal demonstrated his shooting touch. Tallest player in the tournament, has a very good face-up game. Hitting 2s from all over the court. And exploited the mismatch very well indeed in terms of height. Found himself with a shorter defender on him. Ljubljana did a good job of recognition. Pounded it inside to him. King Stockton continued to be wonderfully effective, crashing the boards throughout that game. Griffin with more 2-point touch from beyond the arc. Always kept his side within touching distance. But in the final analysis, it is a 2-point victory for the tournament. Number 2 seeds, Ljubljana. They go through, along with Denver, through to the quarterfinal stage. Ljubljana perfect in full play. 2 games played, 2 victories secured. So 2 pool games remaining. In tonight's pool play, that's how things stand at the moment. Ljubljana and NoviSad AlWahda perfect in pools A and B respectively. Denver are 1-1. These 2 go through, and there's confirmation of those standings. Pool A topped by NoviSad AlWahda number 1 ranked player in the world, Bulut, came away with 10 points in each of those games to lead all scorers. Ljubljana, 2 games played, 2 victories secured. Denver 1-1. Santos lost a heartbreaker to get eliminated. 0-2 in their 2 pool games. Kolobrzeg 1-1, as are Kranj. And those are the 2 pool games that will be remaining. Action from Pool C and D will conclude the first day's action, which has been terrific action here in Abu Dhabi on the shores of the Arab Gulf. We've had a full house all evening long. Free attendance, remember. This is in the Corniche area, an area of heavy footfall. Very popular among residents of Abu Dhabi. Many of them passing by, many of them made a point of coming. And dare I say, the fans of Manila North have been here since about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the mercury tips at 37 degrees. Considerably cooler now. And we'll have the preliminary round of the dunk competition. The finals tomorrow against the professional dunkers. But who will join the professionals? What a reception for the man from Manila North, Calvin AlWahda. Piotr, another one of the dunkers from Kolobrzeg. Silva Jr. from Rio. So the warm-up taking place. 3 dunkers here in the semi-final stage. Renkiel, AlWahda and Silva Jr. The winner will go through to join the professional dunkers tomorrow.
أول محاولة تنجح كانت هي المحاولة المحسوبة في درجات التحكيم من لجنة الخطأ.
Qualifier. We start with AlWahda.
Here we go. Abu Dhabi.
So 75 seconds already counting down, and the first dunker to attempt his throwdown is from Manila North, Calvin the Beast AlWahda. 2 attempts, both of them going glass. Enkiel. An abortive dunk so far. Second attempt now, Enkiel. And gets the 360 off 2 feet to fall. Embellishes it a little bit by slapping on the backboard. Now, 7s across the board from the judges. 2-footed elevation from Piotr Enkiel. He gets one on the board. The cuff dunk from Silva Jr. Raking strides into the lane before throwing it down. And what have we got? 2 8s and a 6 for Silva. 22 points on that particular dunk. So AlWahda needs to do something here. Because again, he got a big fat 0 on his first attempt set of dunks. 3 red lights. And he just had his first attempt on this, the second round. Finally squeaks one home. He too pulls himself up and slaps the glass in the square. What has he got from the judges? A 9, a 9. He's got a 9 and 2 7s. Well, the judges call it how they see it. And one judge clearly impressed. As you get up close and personal with AlWahda. Oh, that is spectacular from Enkiel. He's asking for applause from the crowd. Because he went up off 2 feet, catching his own bounce. 2 9s and an 8 for the windmill dunk from Enkiel. So add that total to the 21 points he secured in the first round. 26 points in the second round for a total of 47, and we've just seen a emphatic one-handed throwdown from Silva Jr. 7s across the board. So 21 points to go with the 22 he secured in the first round. So 43 points for Silva Jr.
We will announce the winner up there on the big board. We are still waiting
who is going through to the final? I suspect it's going to be Enkiel. Piotr Enkiel from Kolobrzeg is through to tomorrow's final here in Abu Dhabi. And his second dunk was really impressive. Off 2 feet, put it up high, windmilled it around before throwing it down. Now using a selfie stick. Well, the image is gone, so he's taking himself, a selfie of himself, taking a selfie on the big screen. Looks like a parallel universe, that one. But regardless, he is through to the dunk contest tomorrow, and here's how he did it. 360 off 2 feet was his first attempt. Plenty of rise in that first effort from the Kolobrzeg guard. And then that on the second effort. Perfect ball toss, wonderfully timed, up high, brought it down low, and whipped it around with the one hand. Piotr Enkiel through to the final against the professional dunkers in Abu Dhabi. So we get back to pool play here at the 2015 FIBA World Tour Final. 3x3 basketball. NY Harlem being introduced to the crowd.
Number 5, Dominic Disco Dello Jones. And number 6, that is ballroom roller,
So the 4 players onto the court for NY Harlem.
Trbovlje from Slovenia. Number 3,
Simon Finsgaard, the first man out onto the court for Trbovlje. Trbovlje prevailed in their first pool encounter in Pool C by a score of 19 points to 12 over Kolobrzeg. NY Harlem lost to Kolobrzeg 16 points to 14 in that one possession game. So NY Harlem, tournament number 11 seeds, playing for survival here, having conceded their opening game against Kolobrzeg. They're going to have to overturn number 3 seeds to do it. That's therefore some Ovnik, Finsgar, Kavcic and Trbov. Trbovlje qualified by finishing second in Lausanne. Also competed in Prague where they finished in 5th position. But that is how they made it through to the World Tour final by a second place finish in Switzerland. To New York, lost by just a 2-point margin in their opening pool game against Kolobrzeg. They have to win to get themselves in contention. That would be a 3-way tie if that were to be the case, if New York Harlem were to win here. All 3 teams in Pool C would be tied on 1 win apiece, and points scored would be the first criteria to establish a tiebreaker. So high fives and handshakes ahead of the first possession of this Pool C game. Trbovlje in orange, NY Harlem in white, and it's Domo Jones going upstairs. Oh, that's a wonderful play. Inside to the ballroom brawler. Edis Diversevic getting the scoring on the board and then demonstrating those brawling qualities down in the lane to come away with a loose ball. Dips his shoulder, working away, goes to the turnaround J and drains it. Terrific start by NY Harlem. Both points on the board from Diversevic. So first foul called on NY Harlem. They lead Trbovlje by 2. Lots of bumping and banging down close to the block. Trying to find the barroom brawler again. Ovnik, skip pass to Finsgar, he fakes out. Super Dave goes up with the right hand, gets his own rebound. A stray arm will be whistled for a foul. Diversevic called for the foul. He takes a seat on the bench. Kevin Josie checks in. Finsgar looking to get his team on the board, and does so by draining that free throw. Long range shot, drained. NY Harlem lead by 3. NY Harlem 4, Trbovlje 1. Dave Seegers with the rebound. Works a crossover, gets into the lane as he invariably does, pulls up on the one leg and gets the shot to fall. No way. They could stay with him on the inside, but then that's perhaps a mismatch the other way. Adin Kavcic scoring close to the basket. Finsgar guarding Josie. Ball poked out of bounds. It will be NY possession, NY Harlem possession with 3 seconds remaining on the shot clock. I thought it was an NY possession. It is in fact a Trbovlje possession. So of course they get the full 12. Finsgar, long range 2 off the pull-up. Rebound hauled in terrifically by Ovnik. Offensive rebound. Retains possession for Trbovlje. Sends Ovnik to the free throw line. He makes it. So Trbovlje make it a 1 possession game. Josie can't get the rebound. Diversevic fighting on the inside and gets the second effort to fall. 3 points in the game now for Dversevic. Ovnik fakes out Dversevic, stays in 2-point territory, front rim, Dversevic with the rebound. Josie for 2 and drains it from downtown. Kevin Josie with a long-range 2 puts NY Harlem out to a 5-point lead. Trbovlje tried to answer. Denied on the inside by the barroom brawler, but he's fouled as he manages to stick with that offensive attempt. So NY Harlem called for their 4th team foul. Trbovlje have yet to commit any. To the free throw line for 1 shot will be Adin Kavcic. 110 kilograms, 1.97 meters tall, Kavcic. The 11th ranked player in the world. The best ranked player in the world is Kevjo. Rather casual with that rebound he secured. Didn't wrap it up entirely. And that gives Trbovlje another possession. Can they capitalize? Indeed they do. They punish NY Harlem from downtown and get back to within 3. Domo Jones working the crossover, steps back just inside 1-point territory. Long distance shot with a spectacular effort from Domo Jones. Disco Domo. Finsgaard tries to answer, but NY Harlem still leading by 4. NY Harlem 9, Trbovlje 5. Streaking down the lane and finishing is Ovnik. Terrific finish. It was a rather laboured defensive effort, if truth be told, by Dversevic. No movement of the feet, just a reach with the hand. And Ovnik to the free throw line and completes the 2-point play to make it a 1-possession game once more. NY Harlem 9, Trbovlje 7. Terrific move, but can't find the finish. Disco Domo Jones off on that shot. Finsgaard with a long-range 2. Terrific rebound pulled in by Finsgaard. And another long-range 2, this time by Ovnik. Ties the game at 9 points apiece. Have a whistle on the play. So 6.5 minutes remaining. Remember, NY Harlem looking for their first victory, having lost to Kolobrzeg in their opening game. We have a timeout on the floor, and we are all square at 9 points apiece. So the action resumes. 6.5 minutes remaining. Kevjo initiates the contact and draws the foul on Adin Kavcic. That's the second team foul. Into the free throw line, looking to break this deadlock. It's Kevin Josie, and he does so perfect, 1-for-1 on that trip to the stripe. Now look at the grappling taking place in the fight for position down on the block. Kevin Josie asking the question. He was standing his ground, preventing Trbov from getting to the hoop. He did so unfairly, according to the referee. To the free throw line for 1 shot, Andrzej Trbov. So Trbov makes the free throw, and we are square once again at 10 points each. So it's in the hands of Kavcic, offloaded to Finsgaard. Now miscommunication, because Kavcic thought the 2-pointer was going up. Finsgaard went to pass to a streaking Kavcic. Trbov read the right attack to his teammate. After that piece of miscommunication, we remain tied at 10. There's a whistle on the play. Trbovlje had 4 points in his opening game. Nice finish on the inside. NY Harlem take the lead. Quickness from Super Dave inside, and the finish. That is wonderful hustle. And then vision demonstrated by David Seegers to find Diversevic. But back come Trbovlje. Oh, that is spectacular! Disco Domo Jones drains the long range two and is clattered to the court in the process. He'll now go to the free throw line to try and add one more. Here's how the ball came out. Steps back. Eye on the prize all the way, and he's clattered to the court. And Domo Jones completes the three-point play to give NY Harlem a 3-point lead. NY Harlem 15, Trbovlje 12. 5.5 minutes to play in this Pool C encounter. Remember, nothing but a win will do for NY Harlem. Ovnik with the long range two brings it Trbovlje back to within one. Inside it goes. Now, no basket. So, NY Harlem now into the penalty, so any subsequent foul with 5 minutes remaining practically will be 2 shots for Trbovlje. They've got to make these count. Trbovlje unable to do so on his first effort. Both teams approaching that 21-point winning line. Trbovlje looking to progress undefeated. NY Harlem fighting for their lives here at the FIBA 3x3 World Tour Final. And then they turn possession over. NY Harlem, we are tied at 15. Beautiful drive, the fake, and then not the finish. Still fighting on the inside and getting it to 4, adding Kavjic. Trbovlje go up by 1. What a turnaround we've had here. Kevjo working his man with the dribble, goes to the step back J off the one leg, can't get it to 4. Trbovlje comes down with the board. Ovnik fakes the 2, inside it goes to Kavjic, uncontested layup, he gets it to 4. Trbovlje 17, NY Harlem 15. David Seeger with the quickness along the baseline, and he was impeded unfairly. David Seegers, the lightest player of the tournament, possesses terrific speed and used it to get across the baseline before his man. David Seegers has substituted himself there. Hope that he's okay, but he's been told by the referee in no uncertain terms he's got to get back out there and take this free throw. He's struggling at the moment. Quite sure what the nature of the problem is. The substitutions only permitted to be made at a dead ball situation. And a round of applause for David Seegers. Super Dave shaking off whatever discomfort he's feeling and goes to the free throw line, but can't get the shot to fall, but then demonstrates that quickness once again to try and keep that ball alive for his team. NY Harlem feel that it should be their possession. The referees feel otherwise. Trbovlje leading by 2, have it beyond the arc. Finsgaard inside to Trbovlje. Ovnik for 2, front rim. Ovnik hauls down his own board, goes to the reverse layup, too strong off the glass. Fighting on the inside. Now, what is the call there? So it's a foul, which will give NY Harlem possession. They trail by 2. Domo Jones has the handle. Stolen by Finsgaard. Wonderful alertness. It goes inside to Kavjic. Nobody comes with him. He fires a 2. Back iron. Rebound Kevin Josie. He drifts into the lane with a left-handed dribble, gets the left-handed shot away, the wonderful alertness around the hoop, and the two-handed putback by Dversevic. We have a one-point game. NY Harlem, 16, Trbovlje, 17. Finsgaard for two, in and out. They keep it alive. It's in the hands. Oh, and it finds a streaking Finsgaard with the finish. The find from Kavjic. Kevjo working the dribble. And it's broken up. NY Harlem continuing to fight, but they're running out of time and they're trailing by 2. NY Harlem 16, Trbovlje 18. As we have a timeout on the floor. Nothing but victory will suffice for NY Harlem. They conceded their opening game against Kolobrzeg by a score of 16 points to 14 in favor of the number 6 seeds. The number 11 seeds fighting for survival here. Let's hope that David Seeger is okay, because he is a crucial component of their team. He appeared to be shaken up. He made a baseline drive. He courageously made it back out onto the court to take the ensuing free throw. He took a spot on the bench as soon as he was able. Ovnik puts up the shot. Lots of contact, no call from the referee. Josie has it. Posting up down low is Dversevic. He has it now. Going to work against Trbov. Goes to the step-through move. Tries to squeak the shot away. He gets it away, but can't find the range. Trbov. Bullet pass to Finsgaard. Got it by Josie. Screen set to the left. Finsgaard into the lane. Muscled up by Trbov, and the second effort, and his persistence is rewarded. Trbovlje within one possession of the 21-point winning line. Kevjo up strong, and we've seen him do that earlier in pool play, and then comes out of nowhere to pocket the steal. NY Harlem fighting for all their worth. Initiates the contact, does Domo Jones. And will go to the free throw line for 2 shots. He can tie the game here. This one going down to the wire. Domo Jones, man who's also a Harlem Globetrotter. Perfect with the one-handed free throw action on the first. Looking to tie things up here with his second free throw. And he does so. With 2 minutes 25 seconds remaining, we have a tied basketball game. NY Harlem 19, Trbovlje 19. The Sphinx, Finsgaard, last touched by him, and it will be NY Harlem possession. They can win things here and get that even one-on-one record that they need to force a tiebreaker on this ensuing possession. 2 minutes 13 remaining. We have a timeout on the floor. We are tied at 19. Strategy going to be crucial here. What will the team decide to do? NY Harlem, a win here would give them a 1-1 record.
We are tied at 19 here. The first team to score 2 points will win this.
No coach, remember, in FIBA 3x3 World Tour basketball action. So the players, all of them experienced, all of them highly skilled. They will have to decide amongst themselves what play they're going to call up. Domo Jones, the playmaker, waiting to get this possession underway for his side. Domo Jones, immediately double team, and it's a score on the inside by Dversevic. NY Harlem within 1 point of the 21-point winning total for 2 from Ovnik. Can't get it to fall, he's poked away. Last touch by NY Harlem. Miscommunication between Josie and Dversevic. So it will be Trbovlje ball once again. Timeout called, 1 minute 55 seconds remaining. NY Harlem within 1 of the 21-point winning total. Trbovlje have the basketball and some dead-eye 2-point shooters. But this was the play from the restart of the game. Trbovlje immediately double-teaming Domo Jones. That left Dversevic wide open, and the ballroom brawler duly converted to get his team within 1. So a bit of a gamble in the sense that they could fall victim to a spectacular two-pointer here. Remember, they lost the heartbreaker to Denver. In the recent Masters event. Here they are at the final. They're looking for a two, and he fires it. Finsgar, last touch by Domo Jones. He's calling for calm and orchestrating things for NY Harlem, who can win here on this possession. Step back, long range one, rim shot. Last touch by NY Harlem. 1 minute 30 to go, and it is Trbovlje ball once again. Only a 2-point play will suffice for them. Remember, no fouls will want to be committed by either side because the team will go to the free throw line for 2 shots as both teams are in the penalty. Finsgar, guarded by Diversevic. Strbov from the corner, clattered, no call says the ref. NY Harlem looking to tie things up. Inside to the barroom brawler, goes to the right-handed jump hook and drains it. This game is over with 1 minute 11 seconds to go. NY Harlem prevail over Trbovlje to get their first win of pool play, which means that they end pool play with a record of 1 win and 1 loss, identical to that of Trbovlje and indeed Kolobrzeg. All 3 teams in Pool A are tied at 1 win apiece in the round-robin phase of this tournament. And that is going to require some quick calculations because the first tiebreaker is points scored. That's the first criteria. So once those scores are amassed, once those totals are amassed, the lowest scoring team will be eliminated here at the quarter-final stage. Trbovlje scored 19 points in their victory over Kolobrzeg and have come away with 19 points here for a total of 38. NY Harlem, in their defeat to Kolobrzeg, scored 14 and have scored 21 here. So that's a 35-point total for Kolobrzeg. Excuse me, for NY Harlem. Now Kolobrzeg, they scored 16 in their victory over NY Harlem and 12 in their defeat to Kolobrzeg. I make that a total of 28. I think that despite a 1-1 record, it'll be Kolobrzeg, the Polish outfit, the tournament number 6 seeds, will be eliminated here, courtesy of their low scoring output. 16 points in their victory over NY Harlem and 14 points, 16 points in their victory over NY Harlem and 12 points in their defeat to Trbovlje. So I think they will be eliminated, but we'll bring you official confirmation just as soon as we have it. But in the meantime, we have 1 game left to play. Here in Pool Play, it's in Pool D, and Manila North, having lost their first game, looking to play, or will be playing, against Doha, the tournament number 4 seeds.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to meet the players for Manila Number 3, Pearl Number 4, Devin Luis
So Manila North being introduced to the crowd, far more subdued in terms of the support they've received here late into the evening. It's the final pool game. We've still got a full house in attendance here. at the Corniche. Manila North knowing that nothing but a victory will do, but they're facing a formidable outfit in the form of Doha. Doha, who prevailed in their opening pool game with a 16 points to 13 victory over Kranj, looking to progress through to the quarterfinals undefeated. Manila North fighting for their life, having conceded the opening game by a score of 21 points in favour of Kranj to their 17. They played that game with just 3 players after Carl De Hesa was ejected. Will they be able to keep a full complement of 4 for the duration of this match, however long it lasts? 21 points or the 10-minute duration. That's the squad taking the floor for Doha. Talented quartet who displayed plenty of variety. Inside scoring, outside scoring, pull-up J's, drive to the hoop as well. Manila North, short-handed, put forth a good effort, a competitive effort in their 4-point defeat against Kranj. Will they be able to go better if they keep a full complement of players for the full course of the contest?
Second place at the 2015 FIBA Asian Championship 5-on-5 basketball on October 3rd, 2015. Team Doha from Qatar qualified for 2 FIBA 3x3 World Tour Masters in 2015, Manila 3rd and Beijing 1st. They also qualified for the FIBA 3x3 World Tour Final after winning the Beijing Masters. Yassine Moussa led Qatar to gold at the 2014 FIBA 3x3 World Championship with 3 other teammates.
So the Manila North fans expectant ahead of the opening possession of this final pool game of the opening day of play here in Abu Dhabi.
Versus Team Doha of Qatar.
So it's Manila North who have the first possession, wearing white tops and blue shorts against the all-blue side of Doha. Between his legs and then driving to the basket, but can't get the shot to fall. Sammy Monroe. Dominic James puts it inside to Tanguy Ngombo, who goes to work immediately down in the low post, initiating lots of contact with bumping and banging with his shoulder. Can't get the shot to fall. Abueva drives, follow-up, is stuck home, and listen to that round of applause. Carl De Hesa opens the scoring. Nobody going to guard Ngombo. He tries the 2-pointer, can't get it to fall. So Abueva, guarded by Dominic James, goes to the turnaround. It's a spectacular effort. Sammy Monroe picks up the errant shot. Inside to Ngombo. He goes to work once again, lowers the shoulder for the second offense in succession, and this time he is called for an offensive foul after no whistle on the first. So the basket will not count. First foul called on Doha. Tanguy Ngombo initiating too much contact. So just over a minute gone in this Pool D encounter. Manila North looking for their first victory. Shot fired by Abueva. He's asking for a foul, but it's an air ball. That is the result. So Monroe, guarded by Abueva. Ngombo sets a screen, then rolls to the perimeter. Monroe keeps the handle. Goes to the step back, air ball. He's asking for a foul. So neither side finding the range with any great effectiveness here in this final pool game of the evening. Long-range 2-pointer is in and out. Troy Rosario couldn't find a range from downtown. So long range two attempted by Musa. Long range two is drained by Manila North. AlWahda makes it Manila North 3. Doha yet to score. More contact initiated by Ngombo once again. He'll go to the free throw line having been impeded on his shot attempt. Here was the long range two-pointer by AlWahda. What a busy evening. There's the man nicknamed the Beast. First ball play, then he went into the dunk contest. And Ngombo can't make the free throw. Doha still yet to open their account. Stolen away by the alert Dominic James into two-point territory. Nobody really guarding him, so he helps himself to that characteristic high elevation jump shot. Doesn't fall. So just over 2 minutes gone, and Doha have yet to score. Manila North 3, Doha still scoreless. Inside, traveling violation called on Yassine Musa. Too many steps before he executed that dribble. Turnover's the result, and Doha remains scoreless. So inside to Manuel, muscles his way towards the hoop and gets the shot to fall. Manila North leading by 4. Slow start by Doha, completely out of sync in their second pool game. AlWahda turns back baseline, offloads to the muscle man, and listen to the round of applause that basket receives. Vic Manuel going up strong and finishing with one hand close to the hoop. Makes it Manila North 5, Doha 0. Count the basket. Count the basket. Terrific drive and finish by Dominic James, who'll go to the free throw line. We'll try to complete the two-point play. Dominic James unable to complete the two-point play. The rebound finally hauled in by Manuel, posting up on the interior, and no way that pass is going to find him. It's Troy Rosario. As well as their silver medal finish at Asia basket. A nasty dunk attempted as the whistle had already gone. It was on the ground. But Dominic James most certainly wasn't. I was about to say Troy Rosario, as well as that Asian Games silver, they won SEA Games gold, the Southeast Asian Games. Philippines basketball team came away with its strong drive and finish by Sammy Monroe. AlWahda, air ball on that two-point attempt. Dominic James, Monroe from two-point territory, kept alive by Musa, up strong. Spectacular offensive play by Dominic James. Shortest player on the court, but elevated terrifically to stick that shot home. But Manila North come right back and put their lead back out to 3. Musa looks at another two, lets it fly. Front rim on the left, kept alive by Monroe, into the hands of James. James for 2, front rim. Monroe reels in the board, nobody comes to guard him. AlWahda didn't get in the neighborhood. Rebound secured by Manuel. Go to the spin move. You heard the slap from way up in the bleachers here. Now the timeout on the floor. 6 minutes remaining in the game. Manila North 3, Manila North 6, Doha 3. Cries of Manila, Manila. And they have a whole swathe of supporters here. Miscommunication between Ngombo and James. You saw Ngombo gesturing that he was expecting the shot. That's why he got himself such terrific rebounding position. James had other ideas and was looking to find his teammate close to the bucket. Broken up. Low scoring game this one. 4 minutes gone. Monroe gets to the hoop. And then comes over the back of Troy Rosario. So Doha called for their third team foul. Manila North with a 2-point advantage. Not only do they need to win, that's the first objective, of course, to get themselves their first victory. Pull-up jump shot doesn't fall. Now, where's that whistle? I think it's been called on Musa for jersey pulling away from the basketball. The Philippine fans in the crowd like it. Musa can't hide his consternation. So it will be AlWahda to inbound. Takes the long-range two, front rim. Hustles down his own rebound with fantastic energy and then gets the layup off the glass to fall. Rapturous applause in the crowd once again. Filipino jerseys and flags being waved as Musa can't handle. Doha going through a bad stretch here. Looking for the contact with AlWahda. Bouncing off the floor to get that stick back. Count the hoop. Troy Rosario with a terrific alertness on the interior. And we'll go to the free throw line to try and add one more. Wonderful reflexes. Bounced off the floor like a cat on hot bricks and got the stick back to fall. And that's what it means to those fans. Rosario now on the free throw line for one. Troy Rosario completes the 2-point play to give Manila North a 5-point advantage. Manila North 9, Doha 4. Just over 5 minutes left to play. Another athletic, acrobatic drive to the hoop by Dominic James. Fouled in the act of shooting, he'll go to the free throw line for one. These sides met at the quarterfinal stage of the World Tour Masters last year as Dominic James drains the free throw to make it a 4-point deficit faced. And an offensive foul called on AlWahda. So that's their 5th team foul. Both teams have 5 fouls apiece. Doha looking to continue to chip away here. If they get the win to make it 1 win across the 3-way Pool D. Dominic James, oh, that is beautiful. Pull-up jump shot from 2-point territory from Dominic James. Brings Doha back to within 2. Nobody's guarding him again, so he helps himself once more. Short on that shot attempt, AlWahda with the board. AlWahda goes to the drive. Foul on the ground. But if Manila North do manage to secure the win, and there's a long way in this game to go yet, of course, not only do they need to win, they need to score at least 18 to prevail in that 3-way tie that would occur in Pool D if Manila North come out on top here. So it's a 2-fold victory that they need. Victory is the first order of business. Throwdown secured on the interior. It's a one-handed jam. And this crowd has exploded here in Abu Dhabi. So AlWahda, with the 2-pointer to give Manila a 5-point lead. Manila North 12, Doha 7. Doha trying to silence this crowd with a quick 2-pointer, but it wasn't to be. It was the throwdown on the inside. The feed from Abueva, the grateful recipient, was Manuel, and the one-handed throwdown was the result. So Manila putting themselves in a strong position here, Manila North. Musa for two and drains it. Yassine Musa keeps Doha within touching distance as Manuel goes to work in the block. Lots of bumping and banging. And Gombo can't believe that call. Timeout on the floor, 3 minutes 48 remaining. Manila North leading Doha by 3. Manila North 12, Doha 9. Well, this crowd, they really have played their part in this effort being produced by Manila North. They've encouraged them, they've inspired them, and how the team have responded. They're leading right now, but there's still a long time to go. Doha looking to overturn it and get their noses in front to add to the victory that they secured over Kranj in their opening pool game. Just less than 4 minutes on the clock. Rosario back iron on that two-point attempt, but the shot attempt comes back to him. The muscle man, Manuel, well short on that two-point attempt and perhaps beyond his range. So 3.5 minutes to play. Rosario takes a seat on the bench. Abueva checks back in and cries of defense, defense all around this arena here at the Corniche. Inside it goes to Musa. He's guarded by Abueva. Abueva takes a step back before standing firm and poking the ball free with quick hands. Inside to Manuel, who gets the finish. Rapturous applause greets that power move on the inside once again. So, just warned for interfering with the release of the basketball. Not allowed to touch the ball once it's gone through the hoop. Lots of pushing, barging and wrestling taking place at the high post between Manuel and Ngombo. He powers his way inside, gets the layup to fall. Wonderful power move. Stolen away. Lack of concentration from Manila North. Dancing his way into the lane with the dribble moves. Dominic James. Broken up by Manuel. Into the hands of Manuel. Less than 3 minutes to play. Abueva up strong. No call either way. Now ultimately, the blocking foul, very late indeed, has been called on Yassine Musa. He can't believe it, nor can his teammates, and it will be interesting to see where he was stood and whether his feet were in position, because that is now the bonus, the penalty for Doha. So it is 2 free throws and the clock stopped. There's the drive by Abueva. Couldn't get to see the feet, but that call was very late indeed from the official. Academic now, it's in the book, and it means Abueva goes to the free throw line for 2 shots. Won't make the first. Free throw shooting, of course, a crucial aspect of 3x3 basketball, and Abueva can't make either of them. How costly could that prove to be? James doesn't get the long range 2 to fall. Abueva, guarded by Ngombo, he fires for 2. Air ball. Who touched that last? Rosario was in there. I think he touched it with the final contact on the ball. And so it is Doha possession with 2 minutes 14 seconds remaining. Cries of defense, defense once again. Ngombo, guarded by Rosario. He muscles his way down into the lane. Puts up the right-handed shot, doesn't get it to fall. Rosario with the board. Quick 2-pointer fired by De Hesa. And the foul is called. Now this is another trip to the free throw line. And 2 shots for Manila North. They were 0 for 2 on their previous trip to the line. That was also free throws taken by Abueva. It was a case of what might have been, but they could have been shooting for points 16 and 17 had they made those previous shots. And he gets the most friendly of shooters' rolls on his first free throw attempt. Manila North lead by 4. Can't get the second, but he gets possession. Nobody comes to guard him, so he fires for 2. Long on the shot. Rosario with a big board on the inside. Too strong on the stick back. Monroe fires for 2 himself. Short on the shot. Takes a hard shot to the face. Did Rosario. And he punishes them, does Sammy Monroe. It's a 1 possession game. Manila North lead. Their lead is cut to 2. Manila North 14, Doha 12. 2 minutes 7 seconds remaining. Lots of basketball left in this 3-on-3 encounter. And there is the ball dancing tantalizingly on the rim. Facial expression of Abueva seemed to suggest that he knew it was good all the way. High-fiving his teammates before it fell through the hoop. So Manila North have possession. 2 minutes 7 seconds remain. They lead Doha by 2. Abueva goes to the post-up move. He clears out Dominic James and gets the stick back to 4. Manila North 15, Doha 12. Less than 2 minutes to play. Dominic James working on Abueva, pushes off. There's been so much physical play in this one. Drive to the lane. Precious indeed, because the players are defending it fiercely. So to the free throw line for 2 shots as Manila North are now in a penalty is Dominic James. Smallest player on the Doha side. Terrific stick back by Ngombo, and Manila North back to within 1. Excuse me, their lead is cut to 1, but now it's out to 2 once again. Troy Rosario makes it a 2-point advantage for Manila North. As Doha put it back inside to Ngombo. Out it goes to James for 2. Too strong off the hoop. Manuel. Rosario fighting for position, guarding territory fiercely as Monroe down in the low post. James pokes it away from De Hesa out on the perimeter. So 6 seconds remain on the shot clock. Manila North need to be aware of that. 1 minute 21 seconds remain in the game. Manuel trying to post up Ngombo. After they put it in the high post, Manuel balls his way down, goes to the spin, he's too strong. With the underhanded scoop shot, Monroe for 2. Front rim, Manuel with the board. Some tired-looking athletes out there on the court at the moment. But remember, victory and a place in the quarterfinals is what these guys are playing for. De Hesa for 2. Front rim, terrific board on the offensive glass by Rosario. Can't get the shot to fall. Monroe goes to the dribble. We're inside the final minute. Do they go for the tie? Here's James for 2, off left. Big rebound hauled in by Manuel. Now he goes to work on a much smaller James, clears him out, and we have an offensive foul. So it will be a offensive foul is called on the muscle man, Vic Manuel. You recognize the mismatch. Boom, there it is. Sending the smaller Dominic James careening across the court. And so it will be Doha looking to tie things up with 40 seconds remaining. They trail by 2. Ngombo going to work in the low block, trying to get to the hoop, but he's lost possession. He's looking for a foul. No call from the referee, no call from either of them. Ngombo can't believe it, remonstrating with the officials. The crowd are delighted. Abueva coughs it up immediately. Upstairs it goes. De Hesa came in from nowhere to steal the alley-oop attempt. Nervy moments, neither team executing well in the closing stages of this game. This is money time. And there have been a flurry of turnovers 27 seconds remain. Manila North lead by 2.
Here we go.
Dominic James has coughed it up. Now, whose possession is it? Look at the gesticulation from the ref. He's saying that Dominic James has turned the ball over. And so it will be Manila North possession with 24 seconds remaining. Manila North in a strong position here. Doha have to make sure that their heads stay in the game because they're not happy at the moment. They're exhibiting signs of frustration. Manuel driving on Musa. Dominic James comes down. So the ball goes out of bounds and it's another turnover. High energy, but not much execution to be admired in the closing stages, not on the offensive side of the ball at least. During this closing stretch, teams demonstrating incredible commitment on the defensive side of the ball. But crucial now that they execute. Doha still trailing. It's a tough two-pointer attempted. Back iron, rebound hauled in by AlWahda. De Hesa with a quick 2. Doesn't get it to 4. AlWahda with the board. Out of bounds. 2.5 seconds remain. Doha need to get a 2-pointer to tie. Will they elect to take a 2-pointer from beyond the arc? They've got a serious shooter in the form of Dominic James. Only 2.5 seconds on the clock. Ball's on the floor. The 2-pointer is launched. It's off right. Manila North has secured their first victory of pool play. Hence the jubilant scenes here at the Corniche. So Pool D has remained tied, 1 point apiece. The final score of this game, Manila North 16, Doha 14. So across the board, we have 1 win apiece for the 3 teams in Pool D. Doha, Kranj and Manila North have all earned 1 point apiece. That's the final score in this final pool game of day 1. Manila North 16, Doha 14. So having succumbed to their first loss against Manila North, Doha will be eliminated by virtue of being the lowest scoring team. Heartbreak for the foursome from Doha, the tournament number 4 seeds eliminated, but you have to credit the fighting qualities exhibited by Manila North. They got the job done. They prevailed 2 points, by 2 points over Doha, 16 points to 14. A scrappy, physical encounter. Not the most aesthetically pleasing basketball, but that doesn't matter a jot to the fans in attendance here at the Corniche. The Filipino fans stayed until the very finish, and who knows how much inspiration Manila North took from the support that they provided. It was enthusiastic, it was vocal, it was passionate, it was partisan, and perhaps, just perhaps, that provided the fuel for the victory by Manila North, which sees them progress through to the quarter-final knockout stages at the expense of Doha in Pool D. So that concludes the opening day of pool play. This game so keenly contested. It was the throwdown by the muscle man Vic Manuel. So that concludes the opening day of play. What a dramatic final game. The quarterfinals will be tomorrow. Make sure you join us on the live stream for play tomorrow. 6:45 local time in Doha. Do join us for that. Thanks for your company tonight.